Good morning, all. It is 8 o'clock, and welcome to the 2021 seminar, Landscape Inspector Association of Florida. It is super good to almost see you all, or virtually see you all, however that works. As I see people checking in, good morning, Eric Power. We are going to get going because we've got a super packed, very exciting first day, half day of our 2-day seminar. I know there are a lot of people that I'm glad to say were able to attend this that would not necessarily be able to attend live and in person the tomorrow portion. So we're real happy with this format. And what this allowed us to do is reach out to people such as Dr. Tourette that we had been working with. Valerie, I think I first heard your talk on a podcast I listened to about 1.5 years ago. And I think you and I have been working for the past year to make this come to fruition. So we're super excited to have you on here. I'm not going to talk, but for 2 seconds, because I want you to have your full time. To those of you that are on, and as you're rolling in the door, for the CEU sessions, those will be awarded at noon today. What we will ask that you do is at the end of those sessions, provide us either to landscapeinspectors.org, send us an email of what CEUs you will be needing, and then we will send you back a certificate stating that you received those, assuming that you're on all day. I must warn you that our IT specialist has a program and it does track the time your computer is on. So I know you all will be here because of the interest and the excitement you have for the education, but please do stay on. And if you get kicked off, get back on, contact us, whatever. All right, no further ado. I really am excited to turn this over to Dr. Tourette, and let's get her going for one of the most exciting sessions I think we've had. Valerie, it's all yours.
Thank you so much, William, and thank you for the invite, everyone. I'm really excited to be here and to be speaking to this audience. I'll start sharing my screen. This is not what I wanted to share. Sorry. Let's try this again. There we go. Can you all see my screen? Can someone give me thumbs up that you can see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
See.
All right. So I'm here to talk about the field of dendrochronology, which is tangentially related to landscapes and forests, what y'all are involved in. And so I hope to give a different dimension to the topic of trees. So I'm a dendrochronologist, which means that I use the rings in trees to study the past, and the past involves both the past of trees and forests themselves, the history or the past of our climate, and then the third important component is our own human history, because we can study the rings not only in living trees, but also in any material that's made out of wood. And I'll give some examples of all three of those. As William said, I'm a professor at the University of Arizona. And at the University of Arizona, my department is a laboratory of tree ring research. So we have a whole department dedicated to dendrochronology. There's about 15 faculty members. So it's a unique spot worldwide to be doing this kind of research. Just to make sure that everyone's on the same page when we get started, I know most of you are probably familiar with the rings in trees, the annual rings that trees form that you see here. Many people as kids, especially in the temperate regions, as kids have learned that you can count the rings in a tree and, from that estimate how old a tree is. But what fewer people know is that there's actually an entire field of science behind that. And that's what I'll be talking about. So when you look at those tree rings at a microscopic level, which is what you see here. So the pits, the inner part of the tree is going to be on your left. The bark or the outer part of the tree is on your right. So the tree grows actually from the outside in, but I won't go into detail there. But what you see here, if you can see my mouse, this is one tree ring. And then this is the next tree ring. And basically what you see with your own eyes when you're looking at tree rings is the boundary between the wood that a tree forms late in summer, which is called late wood, and which looks different from the wood that it forms in the next spring, the early wood. So when when a tree starts growing in the spring, it forms these wood cells that are big and rather empty. They allow for water to be transported through the wood cells. So for the tree in spring, when it starts forming leaves, it needs to be able to transport water from its roots to its leaves quickly. And for that, it needs big cells. So that's the early wood with the big empty cells. Later on, towards summer, the end of summer, early fall, that water transport is less important to the tree. And the function of the stem to provide stability to the tree becomes more important. So the cells that the tree forms in late summer and in fall, early fall, are smaller, and especially, as you can see here, the much thicker cell walls, which allows to create that stability. And so, as I mentioned, the early wood typically looks lighter in color than the late wood. And then at the end of summer, the tree starts growing all together. The tree doesn't add on any new cells in winter. And then it starts growing again the next spring. And so that difference between the type of cell that it forms late in summer and the type of cells it forms early in the next spring, that's the tree ring boundary that you see. The other thing you can see here, and you'll see it further down as well, is that not all tree rings are the same, right? They don't all look the same. Some rings are wider than others, and that's where the information comes in. The information that we extract out of these tree rings is by how these rings change from year to year, that they don't all look the same. And I'll give you one of my favorite examples of that in a second. So how it works, I think it's really important to know two things. One, I mentioned this earlier on, we can work with living trees, but we can also work with dead wood from dead trees or from historical buildings, for instance. A lot of things that are made out of wood, we can do tree ring analysis on. One thing I often forget to mention, and it makes a very big difference, is for living trees, we don't cut down the trees in order to look at the rings. So we have this very handy instrument. It's an increment core. Many of you might be familiar with it, that we core by hand into the stem of the tree. As you can see here, it's about 1/4 of an inch in diameter. You core it into the tree and you extract this sample out of the tree. And that sample, actually, you can see all of the rings on it. I'll show you in a second. You can see all of the rings on it. And so we can extract all of the information we need out of the tree without needing to cut it down or even without damaging it, really. We typically take about 2 cores per tree and anywhere from, I want to say, 20 to 100 trees per site, depending on the purpose of our study. What we do then, when we bring those cores back to the lab to look at them under a microscope, we glue them into sample holders. That's not that relevant, but what is important is that we sand them down very finely. And that's when you sand them down, that's when the tree rings really pop. So these, what you see here is a series of 7 or 8 actually cores that have been sanded, and you can really nicely see the tree rings, and you can see those patterns that I was talking about, how some rings are much wider than others. For instance, here you see the sequence of a narrow ring, 2 wide rings, 3, 4, 5 wide rings, 2 narrow rings, 3 wide rings, 1 narrow ring, and so forth. And so the next step, and what really makes dendrochronology a field of science rather than just counting the rings, is that we the next step is to match that pattern that we see in different trees, to match that between trees. And we can also match that between the rings in living trees and then dead trees. So this is my former student Zakia Hassan Kamisi, who is now measuring those rings, in this case on a cookie on a full stem disc. So you look at those rings through a microscope, you put your sample on a moving table, measurement table, and the movements of that table are then recorded digitally. So that's how you transfer the patterns that you see onto digital measurements. That cross dating that I was talking about, the key to dendrochronology, we often do it statistically through measurements, but I really like this photograph. It's a pretty famous photograph because it's also a very visual process. You don't need the measurements to cross date if the samples are very clear. So what you're looking at here are 3 different samples. They're all from oak trees, and they actually come from 3 different buildings in the UK. So they're from 3 different medieval buildings in the UK, 3 different beams that were built at different times, but the trees that the wood came from, that was used in these 3 buildings, the trees grew at the same time. And so you can see this pattern of these 3 really wide rings that occurs in all of those trees at the same time, because trees that grow in the same place at the same time will form similar patterns of ring widths. So through that process of cross dating, we can go from living trees where we know the most recent ring, right? Because that's when we cord it. We can cross date dead trees against these living trees and go further back in time. We can then use wood from historical buildings, go even further back in time. And then to go even further back in time, we can use even wood charcoal, for instance, from archaeological sites. A lot of the sites here in the American Southwest, Mesa Verde, Chaco Canyon, all of the ancient Puebloan sites were tree ring cross dated. So they used they used the rings in the charcoal that was found at those sites to date when exactly those sites were built. And then the oldest part of many chronologies often consists of subfossil wood. So this is wood that fell into lakes or rivers or marshes up to even 10,000 years ago. Because the trees fell into water, the wood has been preserved underwater. No oxygen can reach the wood, and so it doesn't not decay. It remains preserved for 10,000 years or more. And so the longest continuous tree ring chronology worldwide that we've developed in this way is 12,650 years old. It's the German oak and pine chronology. And so that means for each of those more than 12,000 years, we have an exactly dated ring. We have one data point for each of these years. And that's really unique to dendrochronology. There's not many other fields of science that have such a precise calendar. This chronology, as you see here, is not built up of living trees alone. In terms of living trees, the oldest living tree on Earth is a bristlecone pine. It's more than 5,000 years old, 5,062 when it was sampled in 2012. Here's a photo of it. This is a bristlecone pine. This is not the oldest bristlecone pine because honestly, the location of that bristlecone pine is kept a secret. Even I don't know where it's at. They want to avoid people making pilgrimages to this oldest living tree and maybe wanting to take souvenirs. But you can see, but many of the bristlecone pines, there's a bristlecone pine national forest historical site. They grow in the White Mountains on the border between California and Nevada. very beautiful, old looking and old trees. If you ever get a chance to visit, I can highly recommend. And they live in a very austere landscape. It's a very, very beautiful environment. Also on the East Coast, amongst others in Florida, you have some really very old trees. So on the East Coast, the oldest living tree species are the bald cypress trees. Many of those have been cut in the 1800s and the early 1900s, as you may know, but there's some very old living trees remaining. The oldest one that we've dendrochronologically dated so far was more than 2,600 years old. The Black River State Park in North Carolina, but also in Florida, there's some, for instance, a corkscrew swamp. There's some really beautiful old growth bald cypress left. Here are some images of the Black River State Park bald cypresses. In terms of applications of dendrochronology, I started my talk by saying there's three main applications: human history, climate history, and forest history. Myself, my research emphasis, my research expertise is primarily in dendroclimatology, so studying the climate of the past, and a little bit in forest history as well. But I'll start by talking by human history, because in writing this book that I recently wrote, I really got fascinated by all of the things that we can learn from tree rings related to human history. And I'll give a few examples here. This is one of my favorite examples. This is the Sweet Track, which is a walkway that was built in the Neolithicum, so almost 6,000 years ago. In Southwest England. It's a walkway that was built over a marsh. So to allow the people 6,000 years ago to walk through the marsh without falling into it, I guess. It's about a mile long, and it's made out of these oak planks that you see here. And over time, that walkway was covered by the marsh, and so the wood was preserved underwater in the marsh, and it was found in the 1980s. And when they found it, it's made out of oak, so they cross-dated, they tree ring dated when those oak planks were cut, and they found that they were all cut in the winter, so they even know the season in the winter between 3,807 and 3,806 before the Common Era. So almost 6,000 years ago. And this to me is such a beautiful example of the power of dendrochronology, because from that time period, from the Neolithicum, we know very little. And we know very little about those people. I mean, on the left, you see an artistic rendition of what we think they wore and what we think they did, but we know very little. We don't know what clothes they wore. We don't know what language they spoke. We don't know what they ate, for instance. But what we do know is that this walkway was built in the exact year and even the exact winter between 3,807 and 3,806. So the precision of our field of science is quite impressive. A more recent example of our dendrochronology helping to understand our human history is in the dating of art historical material. So I'm from Belgium originally. This is one of a painting, the Miraflores triptych from one of the Flemish primitives, Rogier van der Weyden, who lived in the 15th century from 1400 to 1464. And so a very famous painting, and it was painted on oak panels, and there's two copies of this painting. One copy hangs in Berlin in the Gemäldegalerie, and the other copy, so it consists of three, paintings. The other copy, one painting hangs in Granada, and the other two parts hang in the Metropolitan Museum in New York. And in art historical circles, it was always assumed that the version that hangs in Granada and New York is the original, painted by Rogier van der Weyden himself, whereas the Berlin copy was a more recent copy, so not painted by him. It was probably, I mean, still valuable and old, but not painted by him originally. Now, a dendrochronological team has now dated the oak panels, the oak of the panels that both of these versions of the paintings were painted on. And what they found is that the copy that hangs in Berlin, the most recent ring that they found on the oak panels dated to 1406. So well within the lifespan of Rogier van der Weyden. And so that Berlin copy could actually have been painted by him himself. When they dated the Granada, New York copy, however, they found that the most recent ring on those oak panels dated to 1492. So almost 30 years after Rogier van der Weyden died, passed away. So this means that the tree that was used for the oak panel that a painting was painted on was still living in 1492. So the tree was still growing 30 years after van der Weyden passed away. So there's no way that he himself could have painted that painting because the tree was still growing when he passed away. So this then threw the art historical world on its head because it was the opposite of what they had always anticipated. So this is a good example, again, of the precision of what we can do with dendrochronology. We can take it one step further because so dendrochronology as a field has been around for about, excuse me one second. Has been around for about a century. And so we have been developing tree ring chronologies worldwide over a long period of time. And worldwide there's now about 4,000 publicly available tree ring chronologies. And so what we can do is then not just date when we find a piece of art historical or archaeological wood, we can date it when the tree died or it was cut. But we can also provenance the wood. So in a process called dendroprovenancing, we can extract information about where the wood came from by comparing the chronology found in the wood that we're looking at and comparing it to a network of existing tree ring chronology. So this is an example. This is, for instance, really important when dealing with wood from shipwrecks. This is the map on the left is a map of southern England, and it shows a comparison of the tree ring chronology from an oak beam from the Mary Rose, so a British shipwreck from the 16th century. And so the comparison on the map is a comparison between oak from the Mary Rose with a network of tree ring chronologies. And the bigger the green dots, the better the correlation between the Mary Rose wood and the tree ring chronology. And so you can see that the best correlations occur in the southeast of England, much better than in the west, where there's only these black triangles. And this indicates that the wood that the Mary Rose was made of likely came from a forest in the eastern part of southern England rather than in the west. The second application of dendrochronology is that it allows us to look at the climate of the past. So I mentioned when I started that not all the rings are the same width. The tree doesn't form an equally wide ring every year. And how narrow or wide a ring is in a certain year, to a large extent, depends on the climate that the tree is growing in. So if the tree is happy, it's going to form a wide ring. If it's unhappy, it's going to form a narrow ring. It's not going to have a lot of energy to grow, and it's going to form a narrow ring. And so in cold climates, like at high latitudes or high altitudes, like in the Alps or Alaska, Canada, and so forth, how much a tree grows in a certain year is going to depend on how hot or how cold that year, and specifically the summer of that year is. And so if you have a 1,000-year-old tree with 1,000 years of wide and narrow rings from a cold climate, you can extract from that tree, from the rings in the tree, information about the temperatures over the past 1,000 years. And that's exactly what some of my colleagues did. This is one of the most famous tree ring based temperature reconstruction. So you're going to see quite a few of those wiggly lines throughout my talk, because that's how we show things. On the horizontal axis is always going to be time, and the present is always going to be on the right. And so in this case, this is 1,000 years. And in this case, a vertical axis is temperature, meaning higher temperatures are above the zero line and lower temperatures are below the zero line. So this famous graph, it's coined a hockey stick because it looks like a hockey stick, shows a really slow cooling over the past 1,000 years, from 1,000 years ago to about 1900, and then an uptick, a warming that starts around 1900. And so this really slow cooling of, and these are Northern Hemisphere wide temperatures, so not from one specific location, but over the Northern Hemisphere. That is due to us slowly going into an ice age. And then over the last, since 1900, that's anthropogenic warming that we see in the tree ring records. Now, this paper was published in 1999. And at that point, the big message was that 1998, so the most recent ring, the most recent year of their study, was the hottest year over the past 1,000 years. And this made, I'm showing this graph and quoting this paper because it created quite a controversy, not in scientific circles. The science behind it is solid, but in political circles. And I won't go into details in this talk too much, but you can read about it in my book if you like. What's important to know that, as I mentioned, this paper was published in 1998. They talk about 1998 as the warmest year. We're more than 20 years later. 1998 is no longer the warmest year. At least 9 even warmer years have occurred since. So what's important to know is that I mentioned we use trees from cold climates to look at temperatures of the past. If we want to look at drought of the past, we don't go to Alaska or Canada. We go to Tucson, for instance, or to California. So where the trees react to how much water they have in summer rather than how hot or how cold it is in summer. In Tucson, where I live, it's always warm enough for trees to grow in summer, but they don't always have enough water to be happy. And so that's the same with these trees. The tree I'm showing here is a blue oak from California. They grow in the Central Valley. You can see their distribution on a map here on the right. Those are some of the most drought sensitive trees I've ever worked with in my entire career. So there's not a dry year that goes by in California without the year being recorded as a very narrow ring in those blue oaks. And what we were interested in doing was using those blue oaks to reconstruct the snowpack in the Sierra Nevada. So the Sierra Nevada is here. Those of you who have been to California are familiar with California. Its climate is Mediterranean, meaning that California receives pretty much all of its water in the winter, and there's no precipitation in summer. And so to give you an idea, so we did this work in 2015 when California was in the middle of a very severe drought, of a 4-year drought from 2012 to 2016. To give you an idea of that drought, I pulled up the California drought map for last week. And this is what you expect. So you'd see a big drought, especially in the Central Valley, also in the Sierra Nevada. But remember, we're late we're mid-November by now, so at the very end of the dry season, the rainy season hasn't started yet. So you would expect this level of severe drought right before the rainy season starts or the wet season starts. Now, in 2015, when we did this study, this is what the California drought map looked like. But I want to point out, this is in April 2015. So this is at the end of the wet season. So after all of the years precipitation has fallen, in 2015, California was even drier at the end of the wet season, and I'll toggle back here, than they are at the end of the dry season now. So we knew that California was in a very severe drought, as I mentioned, from 2012 to 2016. And we were particularly interested in the snow in the Sierra Nevada, because snow provides a natural mechanism for water storage, right? If you think of California, Mediterranean climate, a lot of precipitation falls in the winter. It gets stored as snow, and it gets released when the snow melts, like April, May, water is released. And it's released at a time when the rest of California doesn't get any more water because there's no precipitation in summer. So it's really important that some of that precipitation falls as snow so that it can be released during those dry summers. Now, looking at the snow pack of the Sierra Nevada specifically, on the left, you see an average year 2010. So this is a satellite image taken in early April 2010. Then you see a very nice, healthy snowpack on the Sierra Nevada. There's Lake Tahoe here. On the right, you see that same image for 2050. And so you can just see how little snow there was, especially in Northern California in 2015 compared to a normal year. And so it was all over the news at the time. And they said that 2015 had been the lowest snowpack since they started measuring snow in the Sierra Nevada, which was more or less in the 1930s. So it was there over 80 years, there had never been as little snow in the Sierra Nevada as in 2015. When my research group, when we heard this news and we were thinking of the blue oaks, we realized, I think we can do better than those 80 years. I think using tree rings, we can reconstruct that snowpack over a much longer period of time and see how exceptional 2015 is over a longer period of time. And so that's exactly what we did. Here you see our snowpack reconstruction. So this is the amount of snowpack in the Sierra Nevada. We reconstructed it over the past 500 years. So from 1500 to 2015, the red line is the level of the snowpack in 2015. And so what we found is that 2015 was the lowest snowpack, not just over the past 80 years, but over the past 500 years. And this kind of message receives a clear message, lowest snow in 500 years. That is what receives, we found out, receives quite a bit of media attention. It's a clear message. It's clearly showing what's happening. It's showing how we can put our current climate in a longer term context and what we can learn from that. The third aspect I'd like to talk about, and it's related to this one, is so we can learn about human history, we can learn about climate history, but obviously we're using trees for all of this. And so we can also learn about forest history a lot. And the example I'd like to give in that context is a fire history in California. This is research I've been involved in for quite a long time now. And also, fire history obviously is very relevant to some of the issues that we're dealing with at the moment. To point that out, that same New York Times article I showed earlier that's talking about our snowpack study, it came out in September 2015. As you can see here in the same issue, they were talking about the big wildfires in California that were raging, that have been happening every fall over the last couple of decades. And so also to study wildfires, we can use dendrochronology. A bit of a background, I'm sure you're all, you all read the news, you all know that we're dealing with big wildfires in California. And actually the numbers, this is not tree ring related now, this is based on annual area burned, show that over the past 50 years, the annual area burned in California has increased about fivefold in recent years compared to 50 years ago. This is partly due to anthropogenic climate change. So the climate is getting warmer, it's getting drier, specifically in California, and that increases fire risk. But that's not all that there is to the story. There is, so if you use a model as they've done here, some of the increase in area burned can be attributed to a warmer climate, but not all of it. So there's something else happening. And with that something else is something we can study using tree rings. 1 second, please. The kind of fires we can study with tree rings are ground fires. So these are fires that stay low to the ground, as the name says itself. They typically burn off the underbrush, the grass, the shrubs, but they typically leave the mature trees largely alone. At least they don't kill the mature trees. So slightly different type of fire than what we see now in California, but there's a very long history of this type of ground fire in California. And what these ground fires, as I mentioned, they typically don't kill the mature trees, but they might damage them. They might wound them. And this is, I don't know if you've been to any forests in the American West. This is not just in California, anywhere in the American West, you can see these, we call them cat faces. So these are sequences of fire scars. So when a tree gets damaged, gets wounded by a fire, the fire will wound the cambium, and the trees can't heal themselves, but they will try to grow over the wound to cover the wound with new growth. Now, if another fire happens, let's say 5 or 10 years later, before the tree's fully grown over it, another fire scar will show up, and then it'll be a bigger wound that the tree then needs to grow over. So what you see here, these cat faces, is a sequence of subsequent fires that ran through the forest. This is a photograph of a stump, obviously, that has 2 cat faces. So 2 sequences of fire scars, one here and one there. And so I've done quite a bit of this kind of research in California, and trees and stumps with anywhere between 15, 20, even 30 subsequent fire scars in them are not unusual. So it's a very rich documentation of the fire history of California. So if you were to take a cross section, a cookie from this tree, this is what you see. You see all the tree rings, you see all the fire scars in there, and then through the process of tree ring dating, you can date when each of these scars happened. And so you can date the years when a fire happened in this forest. Actually, in a lot of cases, this is an example, a lot of cases you can actually, this is not enough detail, but you can actually date the seasonality by looking at the position of the fire scar within a ring. You can date even what season the fire happened in. And so this is a typical example. This is now from a live tree. It was cut, I think, somewhere in the late 1990s. And you see that up until the late 1800s, there were very frequent fires, ground fires, that went through this forest and that would leave scars that would wound the mature tree. Very frequent meaning really every 5 to 10 years, another fire would happen and burn through this forest. We did this kind of research. We do that we don't collect just one fire scar trees. You want to get an idea of the fire history of the Sierra Nevada. you go through a whole lot of sites. So in this case, 29 sites, we collected almost 2,000 wood samples. I dated almost 20,000 fire scars. It was a lot of work, but it's a very, very fun project to work on. And what we found, so when you put all of those samples together, you can build one big, massive fire chronology of the Sierra Nevada. So this is, again, a timeline from 1500. Most recent year here is 1900. These are 30 sites, and it really tells you which years are the very big fire years in the past in the Sierra Nevada. You can then compare this to an independent drought reconstruction, so you can see how the fire years are related to drought. And when you do that, you get this kind of map that shows, so the strongest correlations are in red. So you can see a bullseye over California that shows that big fire years in California occurred in the driest years. So the driest years were also the big fire years. Now, to be honest, I didn't need to collect 20,000. I didn't need to date 20,000 fire scars to know that California burns when it's dry, right? We kind of knew that already. So in terms of our research project, we were interested in understanding more than just the fact that, when it's dry, it burns. And so to do that, this is again our fire chronology that I showed earlier. We now merged the 20th century fire record with our chronology. So this is now the annual area burned data that I was talking about. And then we looked at shifts in the fire regime. So you can see that over, since 1600 to 2000, there have been changes, overall changes in the fire regime. There was a steady amount of fires up until about 1776. Then the amount of fires increased up until 1866. They went back down to the original level until 1904. And then there's a really steep drop off at the start of the 20th century. This most recent fire regime change in 1904, and that's the one I'll be talking about, is probably the best documented and the one we understand best. It's in fire ecology circles, it's also called the Smokey the Bear effect. So in the early 20th century, the Forest Service was established in the American West with the mission to protect forests. And part of that, their idea of protecting the forests was to eliminate, to put out fires. So I want to emphasize that this was with the best of intentions. They didn't know what we know now about fires in the Western forests. So they thought that fires were detrimental to the forests. And so they started very efficiently and very large scale putting all fires out. And so you can actually see that in the fires, you can see this severe drop in how much burning happens in California in this case after the Forest Service was established. You can also see that in the actual fire scar record. So this is what I showed you before. You can see that up until the late 19th century, there were very frequent ground fires. Every 5 to 10 years, a non-destructive ground fire would burn through the forest. After the last scar is 1889, and after that, 100 years of no scars. And this is not just a single sample. Like in the 2,000 samples that I collected in the Sierra Nevada, maybe 10 of them had a fire scar in the 20th century. It's almost impossible to find fire scars after 1900. We've been very, very good at putting out fires over the last century. But if you know what we know now, that these ground fires were actually a natural part of the forest ecosystem. And these ground fires would burn off every 5 to 10 years, they would burn off the underbrush. They would clean out the forest, basically. If you then take those ground fires away, if you put them out, you create a whole different kind of forest. This is one of I really like this to demonstrate what's actually happened to the forest and the forest structure. So this is a piece of repeat photography done by my colleague, Alan Taylor. He's taken a photo from in Northern California, a photograph taken in 1923. So this is what a forest looked like in Northern California in 1923. You see nice tall ponderosa pines in almost a park-like forest structure. He's a man for scale. You see individual mature trees and then undergrowth beneath it. If he then went back 75 years later to the same spot, this is what the forest looks like then. And so it's a completely different forest structure, much denser, all of that undergrowth, because we've been putting out these ground fires, has been allowed to grow up. So you're creating a ladder effect. You're not only creating a lot more fuel on the landscape, but you're also creating ladders so that the fires, when they burn, can actually reach, go up the ladder and reach a canopy of a tree. So you're going from a ground fire system to a system of much more destructive stand replacing fires now, because there's so much fuel on the landscape. So what we're seeing now in California, the big destructive fires, is really a coming together of both a warming environment and a drier environment, plus this, century of fuel buildup, because we've been putting out fires. And now when a fire happens, you no longer get those innocent ground fires, but you get big destructive ground fires that are very difficult to fight and dangerous. So in wrapping up, I hope I've told you some stories today about dendrochronology and what we can learn from the rings and trees and how they can inform us about the past, but also the present and the future of climate, of ecosystems, and of human systems, and importantly, how the three are linked. With that, I'd like to, if you're interested in a topic and you'd like to learn more, I've written a book. It came out last year. It's called Tree Story. It's for a broad audience. It tells the stories that I talked about here and very many more stories. And it's been translated in about 7 languages now, amongst others, in Spanish, if you prefer to read in another language. Here are the Korean and the Japanese translations. And with that, I'll be very happy. I'd like to thank you for your attention. I'm happy to take some questions. Thank you.
Good morning again. Valerie, that was fantastic. That was fantastic.
Thank you.
We had a couple questions. I see you're suffering with a sore throat, so we really appreciate you.
Sorry.
Going the extra mile. December was asking what the term you were using for those burnt markings were cat faces.
Yeah. I'm not even sure where that comes from. I don't think anyone knows where that comes from, unfortunately. It's kind of so they look triangular, and you see them at the bottom, so close to the ground of these stems. But why they would resemble a cat face, I'm sorry, I don't know the answer to that either. I've asked myself that same question, yeah.
And you cited the paintings that you were able to date from the frames and such, and find some, you were able to clear up things in history. Were there other examples of that where dendrochronology has been used? Yeah,
definitely. So one really nice example that I started the book with actually is some of the Stradivari violins. So the Messiah, one of the most valuable violins ever made in human history. It's housed in the Ashmolean Museum in Oxford. But at some point in the 1980s, there was some controversy again, like some people saying this is not the real Messiah, this is not a real Stradivari, whereas other people, obviously the people who of the museum really wanted this to be a real Stradivari. So there was a controversy around it. Some people wanting it to be a Stradivari, others who didn't want it to be a Stradivari, and then so they came up with a way to tree ring date it. So obviously they didn't core the violin. They did it with taking very careful photographs of the tree ring patterns. And then I'll tell you the end of the story. It was a true Stradivari, but so it is the same technique as I showed with the paintings of Van der Weyden. Same idea that if the tree was still alive when Stradivari was dead, obviously it wouldn't have been made by Stradivari, but in this case, it panned out. Yeah. You still there, William?
Sorry, we muted and got turned around. Yeah. Why is it, since this is such a big part of trees and what you're able to do with the history of this, why is the University of Arizona seem to be taking the lead? That's good, but the only one that really is as deeply involved?
Yeah, I want to emphasize we're not the only one. We are the biggest lab, but there's also a big lab at Lamont Doherty at Columbia University in New York, and then in Europe, in Switzerland, there's a bigger lab as well. But why? It's a good question of why we're in Arizona, right? Because I don't know who here has visited Tucson, but there's not many trees. It's mostly cacti, right? So. The story behind that is that, so I mentioned that the field of dendrochronology is about a century old, and the first dendrochronologist, Andrew Ellicott Douglas, who came to the University of Arizona, he was actually an astronomer, and that's why he came to Arizona. For astronomy, Tucson makes a lot of sense. You have these like not many clouds, beautiful open skies. So he came to Tucson as an astronomer, and then he was interested in solar cycles. So in studying how much energy the sun sends to the earth and how that changes over time. And he came up with the idea of like, if I want long time series of that, how am I going to do that? And then he figured out maybe tree rings, because trees live a long time. Obviously, they're sensitive to how much sun they get. So that's how he started looking at tree rings and developing this process of cross dating. And that's why, he was very successful at it. The 1920s was the same time that in the Four Corners region, that's when a lot of the ancient Puebloan ruins were studied. And there was a lot of interest in Southwestern archaeology, but they didn't really have a good idea of when these ruins were built, when those buildings, Mesa Verde, Chaco Canyon, and so forth, when they were built. And so someone came to Douglas, asked him, your new technology of dendrochronology, is there anything you can do to help us date these Southwestern sites? And it took him a while. It took him almost 2 decades, but he figured it out. And so all of a sudden, not just one archaeological site in the Four Corners region, but like 75 of them, just like that, were dated to the exact correct year, thanks to dendrochronology. And then the field really, that was, I mean, I wish I had been there. That was in the early 1930s. That convinced the University of Arizona to then, okay, this is solid. Let's establish a laboratory of tree ring research, and that's where we're at now. So.
Excellent. We have a question came in from Mark Brown. Is there a margin of error when doing dendrochronology?
In dating, not really. Well, depends how you define a margin of error. If it's dated, it's dated to the exact year. There's no like, oh, it could be, it's not like with radiocarbon, it's within these 50 years. No, it's dated to that exact year or not. There is, of course, error in how certain you can, there's not error, but you're not always equally certain about your dating, right? If you have trees that have a very clear pattern in them, it's going to be easier to match, to be sure that this is the exact date. Or if you, for instance, have, let's say you have a piece of wood or a piece of charcoal that only has 30 rings in it, right? You might find a spot where that fits in the existing tree ring record. But if it's only 30 years, it might actually fit in a few places. And so then there's more uncertainty about your dating. Whereas if you have 200 rings, the pattern in those 200 rings is not going to fit in a lot of places. It's like a what do you call it, a puzzle, right? If you have a puzzle with only that's a triangle, it can fit in a lot of places. That's a triangle. If you have a puzzle that has 50 a puzzle piece that has 50 angles on it, it's only really going to fit in one spot. I don't know if that makes sense, but a jigsaw puzzle piece. So there's not a margin of error in the dating, but there is a level of how certain or uncertain you can be about the dating. I hope that kind of answers the question.
I think it does. I think it does. Very good. And one last short question, since I know we're running a little bit of overtime. Diane Bergeron asked if you could give the title of your book again, please, because there's a lot of interest in. Please.
Here it is. So it's Tree Story, short and sweet. It was published in 2020 by Johns Hopkins University Press, but it is intended for a broad audience. And I can also send you the information, and you can find it on, all of the big online sale platforms or in your local bookstore, as you prefer.
Excellent. Well, again, Valerie, I truly appreciate. It's been a long time since we've tried to work this out. It was certainly worth it from our side. We appreciate very much you participating with us. If LIAF can ever do anything for you in the future, please let us know. And I've seen now your speaking schedule is filled up, so I'll tell the members, don't be surprised if you get an opportunity to catch Valerie on some other platforms, and I certainly recommend you do. Valerie, it's a real pleasure. Thank you for all your research and your information, your presentation to us.
Thank you so much. Thanks for the invite. And I hope one day to be able to do this in person rather than digital. That'll be nice.
Oh, we all look forward to that. Yes. Thank you.
Right, thank you.
Great day.
You too. Enjoy the rest of your symposium.
Thank you. All right, all. We're back in real life time. We're going to move on to our next speaker. There he is, Dr. Ryan Klein. Good morning, Ryan. How are you? I think you're muted, sir.
Morning, William.
How are you?
Not too bad, not too bad.
Good, good. Well, we've got a happy and very excited group of participants out there, anxious to hear your presentation. So I am not going to delay. I'm going to turn this over to you. I believe you are a co-host since you are a panelist, since you're already there.
I'm trying to share and it says it's been disabled.
Oh, well, let's undisable you here. Go ahead. No. Oh, hi.
Morning.
You would be up under panelist.
Just make
Make co-host.
Make Valerie a panelist again.
All right. Try that, Ryan.
All right. There we go.
All right, sir, it's all yours.
All right. Is that coming through on your end, William?
Yes, so far, yes, there it is.
Okay, perfect. All right. So my name is Ryan Klein, and I'm an assistant professor at the University of Florida in the Department of Environmental Horticulture. And specifically, I do stuff related to arboriculture, trees in urban areas. So today we're going to talk about selecting, training, and maintaining these trees to be more resilient in the face of extreme wind events. So just a little overview here. We're going to touch on trees and hurricanes, look at a case study that I was a part of from Naples, Florida, following Hurricane Irma. And then we're also going to look at trees and tornadoes, which I don't know about you, but I don't always think about trees and tornadoes in Florida. It was something that I recently started looking into, and I was actually surprised what I found. And then we're going to look at response to some of these extreme wind events. What do we do after the storm? And then some opportunities that we have for designing more resilient urban landscapes. And then at the end, we're going to touch on some of the research that I have coming up in the future that I'm working towards. Sorry about that. I keep having notifications pop up. There we go. So as we're all aware, urban trees provide a variety of benefits, things like environmental, economic, social benefits, but then they can also pose significant consequences when they fail. Things towards public health and safety, property damage. They can disrupt services or activities, maybe a concert or a sporting event. But one thing to keep in mind is that the risk of injury or death as a result of one of these failures is extremely low. In the US, it's about 30 per year. In the UK, it's about 6 or 7 per year. So roughly 80% of the US population live in urban, suburban areas. And our urban forests in these areas equate to about 3.8 billion trees. And we value them at about $2.4 trillion. So some of the benefits we get from this in relation to ecosystem services, we have reduced energy costs of about 2 billion a year. They improve air quality by removing about 784,000 tons of air pollution. And we value that at about $3.8 billion a year. And then they also mitigate climate change, which if we've been listening to the news recently, that's definitely a hot topic and something that, we're going to need to maybe shift some of our actions to kind of adjust towards, what this is going to end up looking like in the future and try to, offset some of these negativities that we're facing right now. But it's about 770 million tons of stored carbon in these trees, and it's about $14 billion is what they're valued at. So throughout Florida, there's a high concentration of urban developments along these coastal areas. And it's a mix of planned landscapes, and there's some preserved natural ecosystems mixed in there. And these trees are susceptible to intense wind events. Obviously, we have hurricane season that lasts, about 4 months every year. And these trees are susceptible to damage and sometimes sustain considerable damage depending on the size of the hurricane. And one thing to keep in mind here is that even trees that are completely structurally sound, they can fail if the storm is intense enough. So think of that live oak in a category 3, category 4 or 5, even that live oak can fail. So in the US, when you look at the most costly hurricanes throughout the history that we've been tracking these, Hurricane Katrina, which we all remember, hit New Orleans pretty bad. About $172 billion worth of damage is what they estimated it at. And then when you look at, the rest of the list, Hurricane Harvey, about 130, Hurricane Maria, about 96. But besides the economic value associated with damage, we also have the loss of associated benefits and ecosystem services. And one thing to keep in mind, if you look at the red boxes there, 3 out of the top 5 most expensive hurricanes happened in 2017. And when you look at a lot of the climate change models, they're predicting an increase in frequency and intensity of natural disasters, hurricanes being one of them. So this might be a sign of things to come as we, move forward into the future. We might start to see hurricanes that are unprecedented compared to what we've seen in the past. So studies have assessed the impact of hurricanes on urban populations by way of quantifying damage and debris. They've evaluated likelihood of failure and presented species-specific wind resistance ratings. But most of the research is focused on tree plantations, natural forested areas. And why this is important to differentiate between is that the form of open grown trees differs considerably from those found in a forest or plantation. You have more sprawling open grown trees, and forested trees kind of grow taller and have less lateral branches and less sizable lateral branches. So ultimately, it's difficult to compare the results between this type of research between the forested and the urban. Several studies have examined wind-induced failures of urban trees, though, but few have provided failure profiles for tree species in hurricane-prone areas. And why this is important is that failure profiles, they can be useful when modeling failures during these catastrophic wind events. And they commonly involve an evaluation of both structural and environmental factors that can ultimately lead the tree to fail. So an example of one of these studies, Kozer et al., they had tested the accuracy of likelihood of failure following Hurricane Matthew. And they looked at Charleston, South Carolina, and Savannah, Georgia. And by the time it reached both of these cities, it was at tropical storm level, about 40 to 50 mile an hour. But the study reassessed about 2,000 trees that were previously assessed prior to the storm. And what they found was that about 93% of all the trees they looked at had no damage. So most fared pretty well. About 6% suffered branch failure, and then only 1% experienced whole tree failure. So they found that with an increased likelihood of failure, there was an association between presence of dead branches, deeply planted trees, severe stem girdling roots, and then previous wounding. So the highest percent of damage they found was on elms. The highest percent of branch failure was on laurel oaks, which that's pretty common. A lot of times after even, a mild storm, you're going to see laurel oaks shedding branches, a lot of deadwood usually. And then the highest percent of whole tree failures were on juniper trees. So what they found overall is that the original assessments were fairly accurate, with their follow-up. Another study that looked at urban trees was Landry et al., and they reassessed about 200 trees in Florida following Hurricane Irma. And they evaluated spatial arrangements, tree damage, and wind protection, things like buildings and other trees blocking the wind. And what they found was that tree characteristics were more important than the physical and socio-demographic context. And then the damage was influenced by things like tree diameter, wind firmness, and then species diversity. And ultimately what they found was that the majority of broken and removed branches were less than 4 inches. So there weren't any major failures. It was a lot of just, small limbs that came down in the storm. So that's kind of reassuring because you're less likely to be injured from, a smaller branch or damage for that. So the case study we're going to look at was entitled Evaluating the Likelihood of Tree Failure in Naples, Florida, following Hurricane Irma. And basically the objectives of the study were to determine if the factors that influence likelihood of failure, what they were, and then identify common failure types. So when we're conducting tree risk assessments, our understanding of likelihood of failure is the most limited. And there's a lot of uncertainty around our abilities to accurately predict likelihood of failure. Some of the things that go into this, it's influenced by intrinsic and extrinsic factors. So intrinsic factors are going to be things like the size of the tree, structural defects, maybe there's a large codominant stem. And then extrinsic factors such as the site conditions, maybe you have a small planting space, impervious surfaces surrounding it, roots are deflected, stuff like that. Previous pruning, maybe it was improperly pruned and say it was lion's tailed and it reduces some of the mass damping of the tree that could lead to a failure, something like that. And then ultimately trees fail when the load exceeds its load bearing capacity. So in Florida, we know this to be hurricanes. We're going to talk about tornadoes a little bit, but then in the north, snow and ice loads can also cause a tree to fail. So Hurricane Irma, which is the star of our show, essentially, it came across the Atlantic as a Category 5. By the time it reached Naples, it was a Category 2. And then as it went across the city, it eventually slowed down to a Category 1. And throughout the process, it had a average sustained wind speed of about 76 miles an hour. And we were fortunate enough that prior to Irma, the city had just conducted an inventory of about 20,000 public trees. And we looked at a subset of those. So following the initial cleanup, the Urban Forest Strike Team conduct assessments. And if you're not familiar with the Urban Forest Strike Team, they're a Florida Forest Service rapid response team. And they have team leaders, and basically the team leaders are trained in the ISA tree risk assessment qualification. And what they did for this rapid assessment is they did walk-by visual inspections of the tree at ground level to identify any major defects. So each of the tree was assigned a damage level and then also recommended some sort of mitigation. And the damage levels consisted of things like, minor damage, which equated to minimal corrective pruning needed. And then things like whole tree failure, which were trees that were either severely damaged or the tree actually had failed. So when you look at the table here, these were the species assessed by the Urban Forest Strike Team. And about 43% of all the trees were made up of Swayatium mahogany. And then Swayatium mahogany, Ficus retusa, and Quercus virginiana made up about 71% of all the trees. And on the flip side there, about less than 1% of all the trees were Bolnesia arborea. So in the figure here, you look at the proportion of each damage type for the species that were assessed. And the number on the left indicates the sample size, and the percentages on the right indicate the survivorship. So over 80% of all the trees survived Hurricane Irma, which was pretty good. And if you compare that to the previous study we looked at with Kozer et al., it was like 93%, but keep in mind that was 40 to 50 mile an hour winds. This was close to 80 mile an hour winds. So you can expect the survivorship to be a little lower. And at 74% suffered no damage whatsoever. And then 15% of all the trees suffered whole tree failure. And then that less than 1% Bolnesia arborea that I mentioned on the previous slide, they actually had the lowest survival rate of about 41%. And then over half the species assessed had survival rates of greater than 90%. So most of the trees fared pretty well. So the table here looks at the factors influencing tree damage, things like species, DBH, and then the presence of utility lines. And what we found was that for each centimeter increase in DBH, the odds of an individual moving to a lesser damage category increased by a factor of 1.01, which doesn't sound like a lot, but essentially the relationship here was proportional to, as the tree got bigger, it was more likely to survive the storm. And then we also looked at presence near utility lines, and we found that trees near utility lines were about 9 times more likely to be in a lower damage category. And we equated this to trees near utility lines are on a pruning cycle of 3 to 4 years. So if there were any major defects that would lead to some sort of failure, they were more likely to be pruned out or maintained on a more regular basis than some of the other trees, resulting in them less likely to fail. And then we also looked at Quercus virginiana as a comparison species. And most of the previous research found that it to be storm resistant at a variety of different wind speeds. And what we found in comparing it to all the other species was that 6 of the species were significantly more likely to be in a higher damage category, where 2 of the species were significantly more likely to be in a lower damage category. So in the figure here, we have a scatter plot of survivability, and it looks at 8 different hurricanes in Florida. And what we found was that the survivorship decreased as wind speed increased. So it kind of parallels what I was mentioning earlier with the Kozer study compared to this one. The higher intensity storm, less likely the tree is going to survive, or at least an increase in potential failures. And then also we found that survivorship of Quercus virginiana was high throughout a range of wind speeds. So they're kind of like that Sherman tank. They do pretty well, in a variety of different storm intensities. So some of our conclusions here, maintaining a resilient and diverse urban forest requires a variety of things. This includes additional knowledge of species performance in storms. We know very little about just a handful of species, so we need to know about more species and more about the species that we have a little bit of knowledge on. And then also careful planning to provide shelter for less resilient species. So you might have a weaker species, one that's not going to fare as well in the storm, but if they're protected a little bit by, a more resilient species, then they might still do well. And then sound arboricultural practice to reduce wind loads and minimize the defects that can lead to failure is important. And then overall, a better understanding of the interactions between those intrinsic and then extrinsic factors that I discussed earlier, because ultimately these can lead a tree to failure or sustain some sort of damage. And then species failure profiles, they can help to guide arborists when planting and preparing for future storms. So they're important, and they're something we need to develop a little bit further as time goes on. So now we're going to shift gears entirely and talk about tornadoes. So unlike hurricanes, where we might know that the hurricane's coming towards us a week out, granted the exact spot that it hits might change a little bit. Tornadoes, you get about a 13-minute notice when they pop up, so very unexpected. So when you look at tornadoes annually in the United States, those red boxes there are what I'm going to focus on: Texas, Kansas, and Florida. They make up the most tornadoes in the United States annually, and it's about 1,200 a year that we see in the U.S. across the entire country. The next closest country that has some sort of tornado activity is Canada, and they have about 100 a year. So we're 12 times more than Canada, which is our next closest tornado ravaged area. And then in the middle of the country, you see there those yellow lines kind of bracketed in. That's the highest frequency throughout the country where you're going to see the most of them. And one thing to keep in mind here is population booms, urban sprawl. Since some of these tornadoes do pop up in rural areas, as we see an increase in population and sprawling, we might have more vulnerability to some of these tornadoes moving forward. So just to kind of show the difference here, there's a scale for both tornadoes and for hurricanes, and different intensities, wind speed, stuff like that. But the highest tornado wind speed on record is 302 miles an hour. And if you compare that to hurricanes, 190 mile an hour is the highest hurricane on record. So tornadoes can be exponentially stronger storms and more damaging as a result. So that's why I said, as we start to see some of this urban sprawl and some of these tornadoes pop up in densely populated areas, we're going to see potentially considerably more damage to not only structures, but also our trees. So the National Weather Service, they kind of have a schematic, I guess, as far as to determine, whether it was a tornado or whether it was, let's say a microburst. So basically what they look at is the pattern of damage rather than the actual damage cause. There's going to be this chaotic appearance, and larger uprooted trees are often crossing each other. And they assess the larger uprooted trees to determine the direction of the wind, because ultimately, if you're looking at smaller branches, they're going to be less helpful because they're just scattered everywhere. And then if you compare this to microbursts, you might have a similar amount of damage, but it often looks laid out or flattened and kind of laying in the same direction. And the uprooted trees are usually kind of fanned out. But wind speeds on these are considerably lower, and they reach up to about 100 miles an hour. So the damage caused by tornadoes can impact things like tree mortality, the tree's growth, and then value, especially if you're looking at some sort of plantation situation. And then common damage types: wind throw, twisted and broken branches, leaning trees. But usually there's numerous injuries following a tornado coming through an area, and numerous tree injuries, that is. So it's going to be a combination of some of these different damage types. So when you look at billion-dollar weather events annually since 1980, tornadoes usually account for about $7.4 billion annually and about 1,800 deaths, whereas hurricanes are about $24.7 billion annually and about 6,600 deaths. So between the two of those, they're pretty much the most expensive of the weather events that we face annually. So when you look at trees and tornado research, most of the focus is looked at damage patterns, and then also things like engineering, climatology, stuff like that. And like hurricane research, most of the research related to trees and tornadoes is in forested areas and not urban communities. So there's less tree and tornado research than what we have on hurricanes. So we even know, less about them. And it's likely due to the randomness. Like I said, they can just pop up in a matter of 13 minutes. And a lot of times these happen in rural areas and, might not even know about them happening until way after the fact. So tornadoes and urban trees. So a lot of the stuff has been done with aerial imaging to assess the damage and failure directions. There's been few on the ground damage surveys of trees following tornadoes. And the tree components usually lack detail and isn't the focus of the research. A lot of times the focus is fatalities, maybe the damage swath or damage to structures. And like hurricanes and trees, we just lack data across a range of wind speeds, different species, and then both pre and post storm assessments. And the reason pre and post storms assessments is important. If you don't know what you have prior to the storm, whether it be, just the species, size, condition ratings, it doesn't even have to be a full tree risk assessment. It's hard to match up some of the information after the storm to get any sort of meaningful results. So when we're looking at, our response following any wind event, it's important to have a plan in place. Tornadoes, hurricanes, doesn't matter. Following the storm, municipalities, homeowners, they need to make decisions on the damaged trees. And basically you need to assess the area for hazards and potential hazards. But you want to make sure you don't become a victim yourself. If you're a homeowner and you're going out looking at your own trees, wear some PPE and just be very cautious. Ultimately, leave the work up to the professionals. If you're, need any tree work done every year following storms, homeowners end up getting injured or killed because they're, trying to mitigate some sort of tree related issue on their own when they should be calling in a professional. And ultimately, you want to prioritize the things related to the damage that you find, those needing immediate action. So, the first thing you're going to want to prioritize is removing any sort of hazards. This is going to be trees or branches on power lines, maybe those blocking the road. And then also trees that are damaged in high occupancy areas. So areas where there's a lot of pedestrian or vehicular traffic. And then after that, if there's any trees that are smaller, somewhat newly planted that are leaning and need to be restaked, that'd be the time to do that. And then lastly, cleaning the canopy of any damaged trees. This can kind of wait to the end. If it's severe enough damage to where it would be put into the hazard category, then it would get done first. But if it's some minor, broken branches and stuff, that can wait till after. So some of the things that need to be considered when you're looking at potentially removing or restoring a tree following a storm, the severity of damage, is it going to become a potential hazard in the future? Some species recover from damage better than others. The health of the tree, maybe the tree wasn't in good health beforehand, so it's not, worth restoring. Structure, are there any sorts of defects? And then the benefits associated with the tree. So damaged trees may provide benefits that still outweigh the cost of removing and replanting. So you got to consider that. And then the mitigation associated with it, both immediate mitigation and then any sort of long-term activities. So some reasons to remove a tree following a storm: extensive damage to where it's not going to recover. The tree was in previously poor health. Major defects. Species is a poor compartmentalizer of decay. So think of your water oaks, your laurel oaks. If it was a live oak that was damaged, then that would be the opposite of that. They compartmentalize decay well. And then poor site conditions. Maybe you have a large mature tree planted, in a really small space to where it's possibly susceptible to wind throw in the future or something like that. So maybe it's not worth restoring if there's other issues involved. So some candidates for restoration here: trees with good structure, younger trees because they're more resilient, they're going to bounce back. Damage is kind of kept to just smaller branches. There's no, main limbs or the stem isn't damaged. Species are decay resistant. And then if they're small and recently planted and maybe just need to be stood back up. And then a couple of things to keep in mind here, because we didn't really touch on it. Pines, they can take longer to show signs of damage. So you might want to wait off on removing them, but just take care of any hazards or brown and dead, immediately, and then monitor to see what happens. And then for palm trees, you only want to remove the dead fronds and then wait about 6 months before deciding to remove, because they may recover if the terminal bud is not damaged. I was recently in Texas for a conference, and they had a whole bunch of palms that froze there and hardwoods, and a lot of them didn't show signs of life come spring after the heavy freeze they had. But some people were more apt to take stuff down, and they did. And then other people waited until the fall, and a lot of those trees ended up recovering. As far as the restoration process itself, you want to assess the damage to determine which trees you want to restore and remove, what we basically outlined there. And this process can take 2 to 5 years, and it may take longer depending on the size of the tree, its age, what species you're dealing with, and the amount of damage. But then trees should begin sprouting by the spring, the following year after the hurricane. So you want to wait until the sprout growth has slowed before you do any sort of pruning. And when you make your first visit to the tree, it's essentially sprout management. You're going to reduce some, remove some, and then leave some, those that you've identified to, be the structure of the tree later on. And then the second and the third visit, you're going to start establishing new leaders and continue on with your sprout management. And then later visits, you're going to do preventative pruning and then reduce or remove any defects that you find. And then throughout this whole process, you're going to monitor the tree. So obviously, we're familiar with what can happen with these extreme wind events here in Florida and urban areas in general. We see it on the news and the potential risks associated with trees, because obviously the news portrays a lot of the worst, and that's what we see. But now we're going to look at some ways that design can help increase the sustainability and wind resistance of our urban trees. So trees tend to grow poorly in urban areas unless the infrastructure has been designed to accommodate root growth. So high mortality rates are due to adverse growing conditions, such as poor soil quality, small planting spaces, can lead to drought-like conditions, and then a lack of maintenance. A lot of times these trees are planted and not maintained for several years down the road, and they start to develop defects. And then certain trees do grow well in these urban sites, so they get heavily planted, but caution here, we got to avoid monocultures, in case some sort of pest or disease comes in, it can take out a large swath of our urban forest. And then less commonly used species can be difficult to source just because, no one's planting them in the area, so they're not marketing them. And urban environments can be designed to promote tree plantings that are more wind resistant. Design issues that can lead to failure include, small planting spaces surrounded by the paved surfaces. So the roots are ultimately going to deflect, and it doesn't have a lot of stability in the soil. It's essentially like the trees in a big container. Shallow soil depth leads to less anchorage during high winds. Any sort of root damage or construction damage can also decrease stability. And then planting individual trees rather than trees in groups, which we'll touch on here in a minute, might also be more likely for a tree to fail. So additionally, precipitation, soil saturation, they can increase a tree's likelihood of failure. So it's not just the wind. So here's some examples of small planting spaces. And ultimately, trees were surrounded by paved surfaces, like I said, deflected the roots that they needed for anchorage, and the trees ultimately failed. More examples of poor planning and design ultimately results in wasted money, loss of the tree benefits, the cost to clean up, and this can perpetuate negative stereotypes associated with trees. And a lot of times this is what we do see in the news. So spaces can be designed prior to planting to fit the tree to a desired site. So when sufficient soil space is unavailable, we can use things like structural soils, suspended sidewalks, maybe alternative surface materials or soil cells. All of these options allow root growth and support surface materials, but unfortunately, a lot of times they're not utilized because the expense associated with them or just the lack of understanding how to create the sites. But creative design solutions, they can increase the lifespan of our urban trees, reduce some of these infrastructure conflicts and the resulting damage, and then ultimately improve some of the stability. So Dr. Gilman suggests it was better to design larger planting islands for multiple trees rather than smaller trees or smaller spaces rather for individual trees. And basically what this is the trees share greater soil space. It's a more sustainable design, and the trees ultimately outgrow smaller spaces relatively quickly. So if you look at the top right image there, those trees suffered less damage following a hurricane, and they were in a group. And on the bottom right here, this is, trees in natural setting, forested area. They grew in groups and in populations with touching canopies. So it kind of makes sense that this more natural design might lead to greater wind resistance. So trees, when they're planted further apart, they end up developing larger, lower growing branches, and they require more maintenance to achieve clearance. And obviously, if you have vehicles or pedestrians, underneath these trees, you're going to need clearance. And then large pruning cuts can introduce decay. So a lot of times, like I said, the maintenance isn't done, on a regular basis, just because the sheer number of trees a municipality has to deal with, to where you will get some of these larger branches that need to be removed, larger wounds possible for decay. And then also trees planted closer together, they have that more natural form, upright. They're going to require less maintenance, and they provide more clearance on their own because they're shading the lower branches out. And they create this closed canopy design, and they're going to be less susceptible to wind damage. So there was a study back about 15 years ago by Duryea et al. And they assessed the damage of trees following 8 hurricanes in Florida and 1 in Puerto Rico. And they also took this information and combined it with a survey of industry professionals. They got, I believe, about 240 in their survey. And ultimately, they took all this information and developed failure profiles for 76 subtropical and tropical tree species. So they identified species to have low wind resistance, moderate, and then high wind resistance. And for example, some of the low wind resistant species included much of what you would expect: laurel oaks, water oaks, southern red oaks, pecans, and Carolina laurel cherries. And some of the species identified to have high wind resistance were also things kind of like you would expect: live oaks, southern magnolias, crepe myrtles, bald cypress, and cabbage palms, all of which, are planted pretty heavily, at least in North Florida, and some of those species throughout the state. If you're interested in a full list of all the wind resistance rankings, if you just type in Duryea trees hurricanes on Google, it'll pull up the 2 papers that they put out, and there's a list of all the trees on there. But past research has suggested that it's beneficial to plant the right tree in the right place. So this is going to save money and time. Determine what grows well in your area, so you can lean on local knowledge, literature, online resources. There's plenty available. and then evaluate the site, planting spaces, and then determine any sort of desired species traits. And ultimately, you want to make sure the tree, is able to survive at the site. And then the goal is to maximize benefits, lower the associated risks of our urban trees. And Kozer pointed out that low survival rates ultimately equal less long-term benefits. So keep in mind here that we can do all this stuff to the trees, but a successful planting ultimately begins with high quality nursery stock, free of major defects. So you want to avoid poor quality nursery stock like you see in the images here. If a defect goes uncorrected at planting, it can ultimately grow into a bigger issue over time. Any sort of circling, girdling roots can reduce the tree stability, and these can be corrected before you plant, either by shaving the root ball or slicing the root ball, basically, cutting that defect out. But ultimately, like I said, this can lead to some of these wind-induced failures that we've kind of looked at so far. So a healthy, more wind-resistant urban forest is also dependent on proper management. So things like regular health and risk assessments conducted by a certified arborist. You want to establish some sort of pruning cycle. Keep an up-to-date tree inventory is beneficial, and it's especially beneficial if we're going to be able to do any sort of hurricane research. You need to know what you have on the front end to be able to, make sense of it on the back end. And then management plans are important. They help develop goals and objectives for when that storm hits. And you want to identify weak species that are susceptible to wind damage. And if you have an inventory, you can identify areas where maybe you have older trees or weaker species, stuff like that. So you know where to prioritize your efforts after the storm hits. And then likewise, you want to monitor any trees that have been recently damaged, because a lot of times trees that have failed once are more likely to fail again. But ultimately, it's about being proactive, and this is beneficial for both the trees and public health and safety. And I know it's difficult sometimes with a lot of the municipal, funding situations. They're underfunded, understaffed. So it can be challenging, but you just do the best you can a lot of times. So it's important to mitigate structural problems that can lead to these failures. And this includes things like codominant stems with bark inclusions, unbalanced canopies, large, low growing branches. And then this can reduce the potential risk to both people and property. So you want to clear the canopy of any dead, dying, cracked, broken branches. And if these are left in place, they can become potential hazards. So structural pruning, it's going to reduce the likelihood of a tree failing in a storm. So you want to train and maintain that dominant leader, identify the lowest permanent branches. So those that are going to be retained after, clearance has been achieved, and then prevent non-permanent branches from growing too large. It's going to keep your pruning cuts a little bit smaller, and then space main branches along the dominant trunk, and then keep all branches about half the diameter of the trunk. So you want that small aspect ratio, large trunk, smaller branches. They're less likely to fail that way. When you have a large aspect ratio closer to a 1-to-1, you get into a situation of codominance, and those are more likely to fail. And then you want to suppress the growth of any branches with defects. So now we're going to look at some improper pruning practices that can render trees with poor structure and more susceptible to wind damage. So here we have an example of topping. It's a poor pruning practice, and essentially it makes cuts at a certain height with no regard to buds or lateral branches, and it forces the tree to put out sprouts, and these sprouts are ultimately weakly attached and predisposed to fail. And essentially every cut point opens the tree up for potential decay, and it ultimately ignores the tree's biology. Lion's tailing is another example here. So it's removing inner branches, leaving only branches at the ends of the stems. And it was originally thought to make a tree more wind resistant with less drag. But in reality, what it does is it focuses all the force at the ends of the branches, and the tree is unable to reduce the force, and it no longer is able to mass dampen. So excessive raising, in the examples here, you got, trees that are roughly 10 foot tall with 7 to 8 foot of clearance, and this, 70 to 20 or 70 to 30, 80 to 20 ratios. They're not ideal, and they can result in poor vitality. Over pruning, this is removing more than 25 to 30% of the canopy at any given pruning, can stress the tree and then also promote sucker development. So ultimately, pruning dose is the estimated amount of foliage or buds removed during pruning. And what the ANSI A300 Part 1 pruning standards recommends is you basically never want to take off more than 25% per treatment annually. Healthier and younger trees can tolerate greater amounts of live branch removal, and larger doses can be applied to improve structure or maybe remove defects, but still you want to keep it towards that 25% if possible. Gilman et al. Found that pruning significantly reduced trunk movement when trees were exposed to high winds. So they looked at 4 different groups. They looked at trees that were not pruned, those that were raised, those that were thinned, and then trees that were reduced. And they had 20 live oaks that they ended up blowing with a wind machine at about 110 mile an hour. And what they found was that reduction pruned trees had 1/3 the trunk movement as unpruned trees. Thin trees had slightly less than half the trunk movement of unpruned trees. And trees with raised crowns were ineffective at reducing the upper trunk movement. But there's some uncertainty as far as how long after pruning, this reduction in movement remains. So now we're going to shift gears again to palms. We haven't really touched on them so far, but palms are different in that they only have one growing point, and it's that terminal bud at the top of the palm. And so the easiest way to prune palms is by color. You only want to prune the brown fronds, and the brown fronds are essentially fronds that are no longer functioning. And this approach is not always desirable because you have to prune on an annual basis, and some people don't like to have to mess with it or pay to have them pruned annually. So if you are going to go a little bit heavier with your pruning dose beyond just taking off the brown fronds, it's recommended to prune below 9 and 3 o'clock, that red line there. And you're still able to remove a decent amount of foliage, but it avoids cutting into the most active region of the palm, which is essentially everything above that. And it doesn't affect the long-term health. It's rarely necessary to remove any green from the palm, but if you're going to, 9 and 3 is your best bet. So oftentimes we see this over pruned palms. So here's some queen palms that were hurricane pruned. And the misconception is much like lion's tailing, it's thought to reduce some of the wind loading. But palms typically don't blow over in hurricanes. They might lose fronds and the trunk will remain, but removing too many fronds ultimately removes the protection from that terminal bud. And if that terminal bud is damaged, ultimately the palm will die. So this is similar to the loss of mass damping that we saw with the lion's tailing. So in general, when you're talking about wind damage in palms, the fronds that break, they can be removed. They're eventually going to die anyway. And if left on the palm, they can become potential hazards to pedestrians and vehicles below. So with careful planning and incorporating some of these design issues we saw, the right tree at the right place, it's possible to have some successful urban plantings that are both healthy and have trees that are able to live to a mature age. But ultimately, it's about having plenty of root space for the trees to grow, It's going to provide better anchorage, and trees are going to be better suited to withstand some of these extreme wind events. So now we're going to touch on a little bit of the research I'm currently working on, because as far as hurricanes in general, we have many limitations to our current understanding, and it's basically a lack of research. There hasn't been a lot on trees and hurricanes. So one of the things I'm looking at are the interactions between roots and soil during a hurricane. And what we're going to do is take 3D printed trees, and we're going to use them in wind tunnel simulations with wireless microsensors. And it's to assess these interactions at the soil level, things like cracks, liquefaction, and the role of the tree root. And what we're going to do is we're going to take 6 Florida flame maples that are about 3.5-inch caliper, 16-foot tall. We're going to conduct static pull tests on 3 of the 6 of them. And the data will be used for numerical modeling and compared to the wind tunnel simulations. And then after that, we're going to use photogrammetry to capture 3D models of the above ground portion of 3 of the trees after leaf drop. And then the roots will be harvested using a 90-inch spade. They'll be rinsed and air spaded and then also photographed. And all these images are going to be used to create 3D models. And then we're eventually going to print 3D printed trees at about 4 foot tall. And then those will be what's going to be used in the wind tunnel simulations with different soil types and different saturation levels across varying wind speeds. Another thing that I'm looking into, we talked about sprouts a couple times with improper pruning, stuff like that. Trees are going to sprout out after some sort of damage. So we're looking at the attachment strength and then likelihood of failure. And the lab that I run, we had a whole bunch of trees that were left over from the previous PI, and we took these plots and we topped about 318 trees, live oaks, elms, maples, magnolias. And the premise was kind of like from a utility pruning mindset, where they make heading cuts near the utility lines. And cuts were made on branches greater than 1.5 inches. And we left stubs of 18 to 24 inches that we're eventually going to split to look at the spread of decay. But ultimately, we measured the cuts and the branches below the cuts, sprouts, and we're going to look at things like wound closure. And then over time, we're going to randomly select sprouts to pull annually. So after 1 year, 2, 3, 4, and evaluate the strength of attachment and differences between the sprouts on the trunk and those that developed on callus wood. And then we're going to use the trees for future restoration treatments. I also got a master student who's working on a citizen science project, teaching members of the public to structurally prune young trees. And this is important because I'd mentioned that a lot of times these municipalities are understaffed, underfunded. So we're going to work with the city of Gainesville to help them with some of their pruning needs. And hopefully once these volunteers are trained up, we can cut them loose. They can, help the city. And if we can get this to, be a successful project, we're going to try and establish working groups in other major cities throughout the state. And then much of the work that we're going to do in my lab will focus on hurricanes and their impact on the urban landscape. We're also going to investigate how hurricane damage is influenced by growth form of the trees. So your dominant leaders versus your multi-stems. And then things like the stability of trees planted in small islands as compared to narrow strips and open grown trees. And then the available soil space and any sort of infrastructure conflicts as it relates to that. And then also the stability of trees planted in groups versus individuals. I'd mentioned there was, a little bit of work done on that. So we want to do some follow-up to that and see if trees are more wind resistant when they have a little help from their neighbors. And then also identify underutilized understory species that can be used in urban plantings with characteristics such as drought tolerance and wind resistance, because that's applicable to both hurricanes and some of the predicted climate change. And then continue to collaborate with cities throughout Florida and other Gulf states, because we need that pre and post assessment. We can't just go in and look at the damage. All that tells us is, the damage, but it's not as meaningful if you know the condition of the tree prior. And then ultimately, there's still a lot that we don't know about the survivability of urban trees, in these intense wind events. But we know enough that, we can incorporate planning and design to help our urban trees be more resilient. And keep in mind that no tree is hurricane proof. Even those live oaks, like I said, if you get a strong enough storm, category 3 on up, a structurally sound live oak can also fail. And there's many variables that can affect successful urban tree plantings, from the quality of the nursery stock, site conditions, the aftercare that we give to them. But healthy and sustainable urban forests are ultimately, related to proper planting, these creative design solutions, and then selecting the best species for the site is going to be key. So that right tree in the right place. So that is all I have for you. If anybody has any questions, I'd love to answer them, but I appreciate you listening to me today.
Thank you, Ryan. We have a few questions, but we are a little tight on time. So I'm going to actually, just if it's okay with you, ask those folks to send you a notification separately, or maybe we can put your email address in the chat. I did add Rose had requested a list of trees that were appropriate, and I went into the UF site and found the links for those 2 PDFs and posted the links for those also in the chat. So if you did have a question about the tree selection, or what's the best tree selection for the coastal region or the subtropical regions, those were the 2 I believe you were referencing.
Yeah,
they're there, so you can download that straight away.
And one other thing real quick. Me, Dr. Kozer, and Dr. Michael Andrew are revising there were 16 hurricane chapters that IFAS came out back with probably about 15 years ago. So we went through, updated them with new information. We're going to have a new website associated with those coming out in the next 3 to 4 months. So there's going to be a lot more hurricane information and resources, early next year.
Excellent. Well, I really appreciate your time. That was an awesome presentation as usual. And before we go to break, we wanted to take this opportunity to do one of our Root Awards. And for those of you who don't know what the Root Award is, it's our annual seminar recognition of somebody who's really brought something to the table or to our region in the terms of research, outreach, organization, and training. Thank you, Bill. So I have the pleasure of awarding one this morning. It's oddly enough from the Dade chapter. While I am the Broward chapter president, Henry and Peggy were not able to get quite on. So I have the pleasure of providing this today, and very, very pleasantly surprised, or not surprised, I knew who it was, to provide this award to my very good friend, Dr. Michael Orphanides, who is totally surprised and not aware that he was getting this. So congrats, Mike, this is for you.
Wow, thank you so much. What a pleasure. My gosh. Thank you. Wow.
You are most welcome. And Dr. Orphanides is a, Oh, sure. He has done so much for us in so many ways. He continues to support the organization through all of his efforts with education. He serves on the certification committee. He's an invaluable resource for all of us, and I think that this is very, very well deserved. So thank you again to Mike. We will take this opportunity now to have a brief 10-minute pause. We're going to just kind of close the windows. Please be back at 10:05, where we will reconvene.
One quick one. Micah McMillan, Dr. McMillan, if you're on, would you please text us? Thanks. And Michael, congratulations.
Thank you, guys.
Well
Appreciate it. Wow.
You're most welcome. Surprise.
Awesome.
The signal looks good and strong.
Turn your mic off.
Good morning, Jim. Good morning, Jim.
Oh, good morning.
How are you, sir?
Good. How was the audio portion?
Coming across very strong.
Very good. Do you want me to open up my presentation?
Yes, sir. Please do.
I'm having trouble actually hearing you, Bill.
If I speak more loudly, will that help?
Yeah, that's better.
So our IT guy is here. Go ahead and try opening up your presentation and he can help us with any issues.
Well, that's the, if I put it on, that's in presentation mode now.
Because I don't do Windows. Prefer not to.
What are we in the middle of here, Richard?
Was he, I think he was gonna share. And
As many minutes as you
more
need.
timing. I was gonna timer it.
She's gonna buy some good stuff.
Yeah, so yeah, there's a resort in Jamaica in one of the bays that apparently shaped like a V. I was like, well, I gotta try saying that. I know where I want to go next time there's a hurricane.
Jim, were you able to, hi, it's Kevin, how you doing? Bill had to step away. Were you able to try and share that?
Okay, you want me to hit share screen?
Yes, you should be able to
Okay.
do that.
And once the presentation's open, you should see it there.
Is that working?
I'm not seeing you.
It-
Oh, you know what? He's not a co-host.
Oh, yeah.
It says host disabled.
I got you.
Yeah, go.
I've made you a co-host now. Try it again, if you would, please.
Okay,
Give them an option of what windows to share and want to share.
Yeah. Aha, there you
There
go.
we go, and then you can just hit start slide.
And if you hit start slideshow, you'd be
Wherever the hell that is.
somewhere on the bottom, I imagine. All
There
right,
you go.
you're in
Okay,
business.
Perfect. It'll work.
All right. So we'll give everybody another maybe we said 10:05.
Go ahead. and start.
All right, I guess we're back on.
Everybody knows we're here.
Oh, good idea.
No, it's been 6.5.
What? I said give him another 5.
And yes, give them the full.
So they got 3.5.
Stand by, folks. We'll be coming back momentarily.
Bill, I'm assuming I'm waiting
Okay.
for your introduction.
We are, Forgive us. Why is my screen so? You can see all the other stuff. Okay, well,
Well, I think you're in a great place.
anyway, hi. How are you, Jim? Good to see you. Without further ado, I would like to introduce Mr. Jim Urban with his presentation on a prescription soils for South Florida. Mr. Urban is the author of Up by Roots and has written and lectured extensively on soils and urban tree planting. He was made a fellow in the ASLA in recognition of his contribution to the profession. His landscape architecture firm specializes in urban forestry and soils. And with that, I'd like to introduce Mr. Jim Urban.
Well, thank you, Bill, and good morning to everyone. I guess I need to change my standard introduction because it says my firm specializes, and I'm actually have retired and closed the firm, so that doesn't exist anymore. But I still love to keep my hand in the work that I've been doing for the last 40 years. So it's always good to get out and talk to people, and I love it when people call me and ask questions, and it's keeps me thinking. So you'll notice I added a question mark for prescription soils for South Florida, so we're gonna talk about more about what we need to do. I've been a great proponent of simplifying soils. So we'll get into that. So hopefully I can get this thing to, there we go. Skip ahead. So what is a prescription soil? There are people are often looking at it mostly as a fertilizer requirements. But it may be a very specific mix to support specialized plantings. Aquatic plants and golf greens are good examples of that. And also, we need to be also including in this, working with existing soils and soils within tree preservations. And then finally, there's a lot of discussion about lightweight soils over planting, over structure, and we'll talk about that a little bit in this talk. So what are the issues in developing soil specifications? And not surprisingly, a lot of those limitations issues come from our clients. What are their expectations? So two projects here, one which had extremely high expectations on the finished product, and another one which was a pretty standard project where we just need the trees to not die. Budgets are always a problem. Surprisingly, soils, even expensive soils, are a very, very small percentage of most construction budgets. But there seemed to be one that people think that, why are we spending all this money on soil? So getting owner or client support for the project quality expectations part of this equation is really important. And that takes sometimes quite a bit of time and even several projects with the same client to develop that support and understanding that we need to do something quite different. So another issues are the plant palettes that we have on the project. So it's important to understand the plant palette first before you start thinking about the soils. And there are plenty of good examples of people putting plants that are not tolerant of South Florida conditions. But essentially water is the key to expanding the palette for other plants in in South Florida, where heat and very sandy soils can make for dry conditions in some parts of the year. It's also important to understand that the vast majority of soils in South Florida are basically sand, not even loamy sand, but just sand. And the problem I have with many projects or specifications that I've seen for South Florida is that they're often picking up on specifications that were developed for the rest of the US, where loam soils with various amounts of sand, silt, and clay are part of the specification, and you just don't have those kinds of soils. But the plants in South Florida are actually adapted to grow in these native soils, and we really should be developing specifications that are specific to the kinds of materials that you have. And then lastly, irrigation can be a way of turning sandier soils into soils that can support a much wider plant palette. So dependable, if you are not going to use adapted plants to the sand soils, then you've got to have very reliable irrigation for your system. And unfortunately, there's a lot of support for using irrigation in Florida. So what are our basic options of things that we can use? And obviously you're sitting in a big sand pile, so any kind of coarse sand is going to be a key component in any of your various soil mixes. And then you have this material called Florida peat, which actually isn't a peat at all, but somehow has gotten that name attached to it. And it's mostly silt and fine sand. It may actually have a very low organic content, surprisingly, even though it's dark in color. It's got a lower pH, but it can be a material that you can bring in a lot of different weed seeds and other materials. So the material really should be sterilized. The other problem with Florida peat is that it decomposes very quickly and shrinks in volume. So you have to be at least understanding of that. And then the last material is composted pine bark. We have a very large timber industry in North Florida, Georgia and Alabama. This material is a lot slower to decompose and can provide longer term organic matter. And it also can slow down the drainage in the material, in the soil mix. But those are the basic three easy things that you can get. And so any kind of quote prescription soil is really just going to be a combination of those three materials. But you have a lot of different options for sand material, from the basic sand that makes up the ocean and Gulf edges of the state where most of the development is happening. You can import silica sands, which have a lower pH than the regular sand, although your pH of your existing sands are, while they're higher, may not be that high. And then there is this category which has all different names: bulk sand, concrete sand, masonry sand, fill sands, and you have less control over the particle size than you do of silica sand. Silica sands are really highly controlled in terms of the particles size. You can get exactly what you want. And then there are locally harvested sands, which are sometimes called beach sands. So as you go down that list, the cost of the sand gets less and less. And so there will be pressure in the job to use lower cost sands. And that may or may not be a problem depending on how much you need to control the drainage rates in the soils. And then there are other materials that are available. You have a fairly well-developed compost industry throughout the state. And these can be substituted for composted pine fines, but they will decompose a lot faster. I think that they're excellent, especially when tilled into the top layers of soil. A lot of discussion about biochar. Biochar is still quite expensive. There is some developing Florida industry to create locally produced biochars, and that is obviously going to drop the price. But there's also very good research that biochar by itself is not nearly as effective as when you take biochar and compost and mix the two together at about a 50-50 rate and use that. That reduces the cost and increases the effectiveness over compost by itself or biochar by itself. I've seen some specifications which talk about worm castings. I can't say that I'm convinced that they're worth the additional expense. You've got to add a lot of them in the soil to really have any effect. But we do need additional research to see if they're worth the added expense. And then finally, there are the whole category of biological amendments, compost teas, or packaged mycorrhizal formulas that you can buy. And are they significantly better than compost alone? Again, the research has not convinced me that they are doing anything unless you keep adding them. That seems to be, especially the compost teas, if you're constantly putting it down, you may see some, but that gets to be expensive. And I think you can show in South Florida, in most landscapes actually, that if you get a reasonably good soil, these biological amendments are not really going to do much for you. So the big problem you have in South Florida is that it's warm here all the time. That's why the state tourism industry, and as you increase the air temperature, organic material will decompose faster. And a large portion of South Florida has these organic matter decompositions, which are making Florida peat or muck. And these materials actually were quite stable when they're wet. They hold up pretty well. Problem is that you are draining Florida, and this is one of the subsidence posts that are around the state, which shows that in approximately 100 years or 90 years, we've had 6 feet of muck soil depth loss in 9 feet of soil. So originally it was 9 feet of muck, and we lost 6 feet of it in 100 years. And that will just keep going on. So we need to constantly, when we're using either peat or muck in our soil mixes, or adding into soil, recognize that they decompose very, very rapidly as we get them dried out. So this is sort of Jim Urban's unscientific look at the stability of various organic materials, starting with coal at the bottom, which is incredibly stable, and then unstable to stable. They've been ranked by unstable to stable, but then looking at them more useful to soil biology, and the faster these materials decompose, they give a really good shot to soil biology. So you're caught in that middle between an unstable material or something that's going to give you pretty quick results. And I think that's why mixing biochar and these various organic matters is more effective than either of them alone. You're getting, by mixing the two, you're getting kind of the advantage of both of those. But we still have to get over the cost of biochar. On a small project, it's probably not a big deal, but on a large project, can add quite a bit to the cost of the project. If you're adding biochar to the soil, you need to add about 5%, is what the industry recommends. 5% of the total soil volume needs to be biochar to begin to kick off any kind of good effectiveness of the material. And that's a lot of biochar. You can't just sprinkle this stuff on the surface and think you've done something. So I have increasingly felt that we overthink soil quality. When I first started in this, I was trying to help write specifications back in the 70s and the 80s that tried to really define soil quality to a fairly narrow niche, so that people could say, yes, this is exactly the material that we want. We specified it, and it either meets or doesn't meet it. But the fact remains, as Tom Perry, my mentor, said, there are no soils anywhere in the United States that won't support plants of some kind, except for beaches where the sand is moving around, or sand dune areas, or recent volcanic eruptions. But basically, we grow plants everywhere. So why are we so worried about soils? The reality is, it's not the quality of the soil that really affects the quality of the plants, but soil compaction and poor drainage design is what is often killing our plants or causing plants to decline. For example, up in loam soil areas, just the difference between grading a athletic field at 1% cross slope to 2% cross slope makes all the difference in the quality of the grass that you might grow on there. So we have to think about how water is moving across or into these. Soil chemistry, in my opinion, is important, and soil texture generally is not. I can make almost any soil texture work. If I'm in a project over structure where drainage can be really critical to the system, because there's very few ways to get water out of the lower parts of some of these soils over structure, soil texture will be important. But for the majority of the projects we're doing, soil texture is just not that important. Again, remembering that compaction is much more important. How we compact that soil is important. And finally, we used to write specifications that these soils shall be free of, meaning none, of construction debris and rubble, all kinds of things. That is, and I actually wrote a spec that said, we can't have any construction debris and other things that are detrimental to plant health. But it really turns out that almost none of these things are detrimental to plant health. Probably ground up drywall would really raise the pH. Flooding the soil with a concrete washout, again, raising pH. But construction debris by itself, rocks or chunks of wood, old trees, pavers, you name it, as long as they're mixed into the soil, they're not a big sheet of paving under there, that's fine. It doesn't harm the plant, but it does reduce the soil volume of the soil that you're buying. So you wouldn't want to have too much of it. And I've settled in on about 15% of the soil can include construction debris and rubble, et cetera. And at 15%, you can see the material. You'll find a brick a rock, a piece of concrete every so often in the soil as you look down on it, but it's still individual objects floating in a very large matrix of soil. And that might be a very controversial thing for you to sell to your clients, that harvested soil from a construction site may still be okay. So we should be learning more and working with our existing sandy soils. And these are some examples of soils. Here in the top photo, we have roots that, that grew across the top of the soil. Actually, after some investigation, that there had been a thin layer of, quote, topsoil put over this site that had eroded away. It's completely gone, exposing the root system that initially grew out into that soil. But the tree is freely and wonderfully rooting into the rocky, gravelly, sandy material that was underneath the topsoil layer. The middle one is a more heavily done construction site where everything above the red line is concrete or gravel that was added by the previous construction. And then you can see the layers of different kinds of sands. And then there, we know historically there had been a mangrove swamp in this site that had been filled in. And there's a really wonderful layer of peat, Florida peat and leftover decaying material. And if you were to mix all that up, obviously take the concrete, the gravel off, the material below that is actually quite good. And if you were to go in with a backhoe and mix that up, it would be great. And the bottom image is a grassy area over in Boca Grande that has a peat layer overlaying a sand layer with a sandy topsoil on top of that. You can see all those soil interfaces. And again, if you were to mix all that up together, it would be a fantastic soil, much better. So that the mixing of those three different soil types together would give you a really good quality soils. The only thing I'm really going to be checking, so I've got to be able to use soil augers or whatever to try and determine what the soil profile is, identify hard pans, identify these layers that are in there so that I know what I'm asking the contractor to do. I'm also going to be obviously doing some soil checks for pH and nutrient issues, which are easily solved during the construction of whatever soil system I'm putting in there. So here's a map of the general soil types in Florida. That sort of orangey brown area up north of Tampa is the only place in the vast majority of Florida that has some loam soils as subsoils, but the rest of it is basically sands and sands underlaid with peat that are resources that are perfectly usable throughout anywhere you go in the state. You're going to find usable soils. You just have to know how to make it work. So this is the underline in Miami, a recently completed project I worked on. And we actually had some very good existing trees growing in this gravelly soil. You can see in the bottom left-hand image how much gravel was in that soil. And we did add a soil mix on top for our bedding plants, but we just dug right through that and planted trees into the soil. We also had an issue of some chemical contaminants that were in the soil. And so we put a fabric separator between the bedding plants and this contaminated material, which the city approved the idea. That's a pervious barrier that actually plants will root into, with about, I think we had about 8 to 10 inches of bedding material that went on top of that material. And that soil that you see being pushed over the orange mat is a soil mix I'm going to be going into further, which I'm calling 70-10-20, which basically defines how much we're putting in. And the plants that were planted at the underline, and these are non-irrigated landscapes, are flourishing and growing quite well in this particular soil mix. So how can we put these ideas together? The Urban Tree Foundation, which did a specification which I worked on, Dr. Gilman worked on, and we developed a national specification for planting soil. And it's specific, we mentioned that specifically excluded South Florida because it was based on loam soils. So that if you don't have loam soils, it wasn't a good idea. We then had some discussion with people in Florida about adapting these specifications to Florida. We went through the specification, and it's been adapted to Florida soils. So when I look at developing a plant mix, because there is a need often for controlled drainage, for something that a contractor can put together and specify. It's while I love to think that we could just use the existing materials wherever you go, and you get resistance. They want a soil mix that is definable. So I began on a project in Coconut Grove to start looking at what was available in the marketplace. And that's where I settled in on various kinds of coarse sands, this Florida peat and composted pine bark, and what would be the right formula to mix that material together, and should it be silica sand or not? And we decided that we would base the mix on silica sand because it was much more controllable. But any of these other regular sands, if you're not over structure, you probably could use just about any sand that you can get. Now, this is not a lightweight mix. This is going to be important, but I want to talk for a moment about lightweight soil mixes. So we basically took the 3 components and we put them together at various mix ratios, and we had their drainage rates tested to see where we reached what we thought was a sweet spot in drainage rate and organic matter. So as you increase the organic matter, the drainage rate went down. And the upshot of the testing was that we developed this mix ratio of 70% sand, 10% composted pine bark, and 20% Florida peat. And that was sort of compromising a whole bunch of parameters that we felt were important in the soil. The nutrient rate in this soil is a little low, and we've settled in on this NutriCoat fertilizer at a rate of 3 pounds per cubic yard. You'll notice that's per cubic yard. You have to mix that in as you're buying your soil. No, you're not sprinkling that on the surface. It's part of the soil mix, and everything is thoroughly mixed together. And then for beds, if you add compost to the surface, 3 or 4 inches of compost, or 1.5 inches of biochar with 2 inches of compost. If you start buying 1.5 inches of biochar, you're going to be shocked at the cost of that. And mix that into the top 6 inches of the planting soil after installation. So you want to keep that organic matter high in the soil profile. And then this is a picture of what that material looks like after it mixes together. And I use color of the mix as the best way to figure out whether the contractor is giving you what you asked for. Because once you mix all these components together, you cannot do a test that says, you've got a 70-10-20 mix here. So what I do is I ask for bags of the different components. I approve those components, and then in my office, I mix a 70-10-20 mix, and I see what the color and the way that the soil actually comes together. And I use that to compare to the soil that's being delivered to the site. Now, I want to talk just for a moment about lightweight soils over structure. I have come to the conclusion that we should not be using lightweight soil mixes. There's a huge amount of compromise to this actual soil quality with these lightweight structures. You now have added a second soil to the specifications, and the chances, because the soils look pretty identical, you might end up filling a deep planter with regular non-mix. And the weight is obviously very important. The drainage capability is very important. So I'm recommending that rather than using a lightweight soil, you simply, if you have a planter that is deep, and you with my soil mix, which weighs about 115 pounds per cubic foot when it's saturated and compacted, just use less of it and get to the same weight, because there isn't that much difference between a lightweight soil, which generally is going to weigh between 95 and 100 pounds per cubic foot, and 115 pounds per cubic foot. So just use around 20% less soil, and you'll get, I think you're going to get, and I've found that you get really good plant growth in there. And then use foam fill underneath it to lift the bottom of the planter up to the proper depth. The contractors like this because they can control the depth of the soil with the foam, which is very easy to work with. The cost is about the same, because in order to make that extra depth lightweight, you're basically adding some kind of very lightweight material to the soil. So rather than adding it ground up in the soil mix, you're putting it down in sheets. It also lets you run around your utilities and other things that are happening in there. Okay, so we have this Urban Tree Foundation specification that we're having to modify for Florida soils. One of the big things in the Urban Tree Foundation is that we don't want to screen the soil, because we're going to destroy the clumps and lumps in the soil. Well, sand doesn't have these lumps, or we call them PEDs. So it doesn't matter that the soil is screened. And compaction is still a problem. You can compact sand soils easily to the point where they are no longer very effective. We need to be very concerned about the profile. These various hard pans and other soil interfaces can cause issues in sand soils. And we also have to be very careful about adding too much organic matter deeper than 12 inches, because it's going to create soil settlement that we're going to have to deal with later. And we also have to think about the existing mineral sand soils and have a different attitude to how they're defined in this specification. The nomenclature within the soil industry is very inconsistent. The industry itself is poorly organized. There are a few big players at the top, and then most of the time you're buying soil from somebody who's getting it from a soil supplier, who may or may not be as controlled as you'd like. And so it's really hard to define these soils with any precision, which to me says that then having a precision soil mix is not really a very good idea. So obviously, as with anything, you need to use a trusted supplier. For my money, I've been working very closely with Atlas Peat and Soil in Boynton Beach. They help develop these soil mixes, and they're supplying soil all throughout the southern part of the state. And so a soil supplier of the quality of Atlas Peat and Soil, or I'm sure there are others, would be a good starting point to getting good quality soil, regardless of what it is your specification is. So you'll see this is a page out of the Florida, the revised version of the Urban Tree Foundation. And down at the bottom, it is called Planting Soil, parenthesis, Florida version. So every page will be labeled to that. The majority of the changes to the specification are actually in the product section, where we have redefined all of the various products. And you'll notice in this specification, the word topsoil doesn't ever appear. You just take that out of your vocabulary. It is so maligned and misused that we really should just get rid of it. So we just call it soil and imported soil instead of using the word topsoil. Okay, we have defined all of these various organic amendment products in a very definable way, so that your Florida peat and muck, composted yard waste are revised in a way that will work with the kinds of products that you actually get in Florida. So these are the various soil resources that we have defined within this specification for you when you're working with this. And discussions of the three of the various imported items: the silica sand, the compost. We consider composted pine bark to be an imported material because it has to come from so far north, and biochar. Biochar specifications are really in process. So each particular manufacturer has a different kind of specification. So it's important to understand that it's not one product. Each supplier is going to give you a different kind of material. Now, one of the interesting things about the Urban Tree Foundation specifications is that we have also provided about 50 CAD-ready details for soil installation that can be just cut and pasted into a set of drawings. I should mention also that the specification and all of these drawings are what we call open source, free use pieces. So you download them from the Urban Tree Foundation website, and you can put them in your drawings, and they become your drawings. So it's free to use as an open source material. The specification is not a finished specification. It's full of lots of red notations that ask you as the specification creator to make some decisions about whether this next particular paragraph is appropriate for you, and suggest that you modify it or eliminate it depending on what you do. And when you finish all these modifications, you're eliminating the red numbers as you go through them, and you will, there shouldn't be any red notes left in the specification when you use it. So there's a very long preamble tells you how to edit these specifications to make it work for your particular job. The other thing that by using the details that we have done, we've made the details compatible with the specifications, so there aren't different nomenclature issues, and we've eliminated redundancy and conflicting information. So it's important to use the details and the specifications together. A lot of landscape drawings that I see will have a general planting notes on the side. You must get rid of that because your specifications, which is a book, defines the general planting notes. And so some jurisdictions will actually require that you put their planting notes on the drawing. And if you're using these sets, you need to go to them and say, look, this is a better approach. If we put your notes on, I now have two different sets of specifications. I've got redundancy, I've got conflicting information. I should also note that the specifications include a section for planting and irrigation and tree preservation, both in details and the specifications themselves. Okay, then the specifications are written to be published in a project manual, or you can print them all out on sheets, but to get it on there takes literally 4 sheets of drawings to get all the various specifications on there. So they're really better put into a project manual. And then of course the end, really important to enforce the specifications. This is getting back to getting your client support and making it work with your project schedules, your different kinds of issues with public and private projects. The industry has removed a lot of the construction administration fees for the landscape architects or whoever's writing the specifications, which opens the door for all kinds of problems of quality control. There is a requirement for submittal processes to approve these materials, and you really don't want to get rid of that part. And you need nursery inspections, pre-construction meetings, field visits, all of those things to control the placement of soils. And then some of these quality control issues, like the set of bricks, bones, rock, and roots are things that I pulled out of the top of a soil pile. My client said, throw all that soil away, it's full of debris. And I said, no, you're allowed to have 15% material in there. And we kept all of those materials in the soil. Compaction is really important. And I use this little device that's off on the right-hand side, left-hand side, a compaction tester. It's kind of a dumb material, but our specifications are written for that tool. It's a very easy tool for the contractor to use. Now, you can have the best soil in the world, or just follow these specifications to a T, but there are all these other requirements for the tree. I've boiled it down to 6 different things that you need to deal with to get a tree to grow well. And if you get the soil right, but you miss some of these others, you're not going to still end up with good quality plants. My mentor, Tom Perry, always said that a tree was a wine glass or a dinner plate. This is taking that idea and saying, you know, what is these 6 different requirements look like if we apply it to the wine glass or a dinner plate. And off on the right-hand side, the last one is don't buy a broken glass. Which probably of all of these is the most important. So in our specifications for planting, we have a plant problems below soil line, which looks at the root ball of the plants that you're buying and makes certain requirements or gives you the ability to reject plants based on various kinds of root issues that we find that the nursery industry is giving for us. Then there are also plant qualities above the soil line, and those are all found in the planting section of the specifications. So I forgot one very important thing. The Florida standards are not on the Urban Tree Foundation website. And that's because I wanted to have these specifications peer reviewed by people in Florida before they went up on the website. The last time I made an effort to do that, I was unable to get people to peer review it. So for now, if you want a copy of that, you have to ask me and I will send them to you. But I really need somebody in the industry in Florida to take control and say, okay, we're going to put together a committee. We're going to review these standards for Florida and say, yes, they work, or here are the revisions we want to make before we put them out for general consumption. So that's the challenge I'm leaving you as a community to put together through whatever group, whether it's ASLA or ISA or a joint committee, to peer review these specifications. I'm a big proponent of peer review, and they have not been peer reviewed. It's just my thoughts on it at this point, and I need you to step up and do the work of at least just peer reviewing 20 pages of specifications. So I was hoping to leave some time for questions. We're tight on time. I'll let Bill decide, how deep we want to get into questions, but I'm here. Thank you.
Jim, thank you very much. That was excellent. That was excellent. Much appreciated. There's several eye-opening items in there. And yes, indeed, we do have some questions, but as you alluded to keep on track, I'm going to make the same request that Kevin did. And if you will send us an email link that you would take questions at, we would forward these to you and ask the members that have posted questions to forward questions to you. If you would just put a link for questions on our chat box, please.
Yep. Okay, I can do that.
But we thank you again very much. And Al thanks you as well. And we look forward to having him. Maybe we'll invite Al back next year. All right. Thank you, Jim. All right. What I want to do, soils are super important oh, I guess I can throw my camera on here. One moment, please. Y'all are super aware how important soils are in all the landscape, as Jim was pointing out, and as one of our speakers tomorrow will point out, we're taking soils to the next level. And what I want to do real quick here at the top of the hour is give Lynn a moment to talk about his presentation that will be tomorrow on soils. Before I do, Lynn really doesn't need an introduction, but I'm going to give him one anyway. I've had the pleasure of knowing Lynn for probably 25 to 30 years when I was out selling agricultural chemicals, and Lynn was the owner of A&L Labs and was a staple for the green industry throughout South Florida. We limp samples from golf courses to nurseries to everything in the world to Lynn, and they would analyze them And better than the analysis you would get back was spending 10 minutes with Lynn at his desk and him explaining to you not just what those reports said, but how he would adjust and identify and how it would help with those reports. And then you could go back to that golf course superintendent or that nursery and just regurgitate what Lynn had told you, and they would think you were the smartest person in the world because Lynn gave you the best knowledge and most down-to-earth and usable information you ever could. Lynn's kind of followed that up over the years. We've been involved with LIAF. Lynn has actually been our go-to person on numerous occasions. Over the years, there have been times when speakers have fallen ill or whatever the case is, and I've called Lynn up in a panic and said, "Can you?" And he has never told me no. It's always been, of course. What would you like? How long would you like it? Lynn is the quintessential tail runner who can say, "All right, we're behind, we can pick it up," or "You're ahead, I can pace it out," and just make that plane land as smooth as any pilot I ever know. So for that and a number of other reasons, the Broward chapter wants to award Lynn Griffith our Root Award.
Wow.
2021. So Lynn, congratulations.
Wow.
Well earned, well deserved. And we can't say how much we appreciate all the work you've done in the green industry, all the work you've done with LIF, individually for people and the industry. So first of all, thank you. And then you can tell us about tomorrow.
Okay, well, that's awesome and completely unexpected. Thank you, Bill. Yeah, I was going to do a short presentation following Jim, but there really isn't time. What I'm going to go through tomorrow is a brief demonstration of soil sampling and the principles behind it and what to do and what not to do. That's not a really involved subject, but there's a few definite things that you should not do when soil sampling. So I'm going to go through sampling, and then I'm going to you're going to hand out, Bill, copies of some soil analyses provided to you. My wife, Catherine, did here a little bit ago. I'm going to hand those out to the audience. And I'm going to go through the soil analyses with a fine-tooth comb, explaining to everyone every number on that page means and how you interpret them. I'm going to basically look at a soil analysis with the attendees. I have seen over 1.5 million soil analyses in my career and counting. And I'm a very quick study on that because I've seen so many of them for the last 41 years. So I'm going to go through, all of the points on a soil analysis and just look at it as if you and I and the attendees were looking over each other's shoulders. So when I see a soil analysis for et cetera. So that's pretty much it. And I look forward to being with everyone tomorrow at 9 o'clock.
Very good. Thank you. And again, Lynn, congratulations. Well deserved from everybody at LIF. So
Thank you, Bill.
For all attendees, we are going to give you a 10-minute break for Lynn, Mike Orphanides, Eric Power, and Micah. Please hang on there. That we're going to set up the fourth hour. So everybody else, it is 11:04. Please be back at 11:14. Yes, all right. And Lynn, please drop me a call. Catherine has my number, but the other panelists, please hold on. We'll start setting you up. I see Michael. Let's see. Where's Micah? All right, I'm going to unmute to make
Okay.
sure our panelists are
Perfect.
here.
No problem. Thanks.
So Eric, I see you are there. And Michael, you're there, and Lynn, you're there. And Michael will be signing on.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir. Indeed
Are we
can.
still 10 minutes?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
10, 12, we've got 50 total minutes, and we've got five panel, one, two, three, four. We've got 4 panelists.
Do you want me to share a screen or are we just talking?
Share. We
Okay.
made you a co-host, so you can certainly share. Oh yeah, you've got like 12 minutes, 12, 14 minutes. Right, Michael, are you out? There's Michael. Hi, Mike.
Hello. I have my list.
Hey.
I've checked it twice.
Uh-oh.
And he's got to stick to it.
Yeah. Naughty and nice on the. Lynn, we've got you, sir, right? You're muted, but you're there.
Yeah, we can unmute it. The worst case scenario is.
Yeah, you're muted, Lynn. Did we mute him?
Yeah, I muted him. You
Oh,
can unmute
sorry,
him. Sorry, that was me.
You were asked to
Because I
unmute.
was trying to.
Try again, Lynn. There we go.
Yeah, I guess I was on mute. I should be okay now.
Yes, sir. I don't know why we're getting a little bouncy on it, but it's short and
If it's a problem, we can text him or something and have him just turn his video on.
okay.
With the
So
audio on.
I think you heard Lynn, what Richard was saying. If it proves to
That's
be a
what we're talking
problem,
about.
you can just go to audio.
Yes, I did.
We'll drop your text and then we'll just go to audio. Okay. All right,
Very good.
anybody have any preference to go up first? Have anything they're dying to do or no? No. Mr. Power?
I am the small fish in the large pond here.
I see the large pond right behind you.
Lynn, I want to thank you. I didn't get an opportunity to thank you for that Dolphins win. I'm convinced it was because of your expertise on the field and not them. So
Yes, Lynn, do you still deal with the Dolphins? Uh-oh, is he frozen? Lynn?
I can stop the video from my side.
Stop, where'd he go?
Stop the video, but his audio is still on.
Lynn, are you there?
I am here.
Okay, we have gone to mute. You are now a name and a pretty face behind the name, but yeah.
Perfectly fine.
I don't know if you heard Eric. Are you still doing Dolphin Stadium?
Yes.
Okay.
we thank you. Whatever you're doing, keep doing it.
Can you give me a good?
Eric was convinced that's how the Dolphins pulled off that win, and I think short of divine intervention, that's the next best thing.
I'm positive.
Speaking of the Dolphins, oops, sorry.
Hey, Richard.
Speaking of the Dolphins, my wife got tickets for the Giants game coming up.
Nice.
So not that I know any of the players anymore, because I think we've cycled about 2 major groups of players since I really knew anybody.
All right, so we are about ready to start. We've got our participants. Again, Eric well, you know what? We've got Lynn has been hanging on there. So Lynn, we'll go to you first. And what we're looking to do, I assume people are coming back. So as they are, we'll kind of explain what it is we're doing. But this last hour, what I wanted to offer, we have such a group of experts that we don't often get together. And we have a good number of people out, not just our LIAF people, but we have people that have joined the seminar from all across the state. And I don't think they get to see enough of the people that we've invited on to this particular portion, or to get the people that are able to project forward. And that's what this portion really is, to take you all, the leaders in the industry, and kind of project forward 3 to 5 years and say, what are going to be the hardships facing the industry over those next 3 to 5 years? And I didn't just want to be a typical, hey, the world's coming to an end kind of idea, as we often are every time a new pest or disease comes into play. We all think that's the end of horticulture. I wanted to have a little bit of positive in there too. So I will, we're going to take 10, 12 minutes with each of you, and then we'll come back kind of at the end and have a kind of a group chat. So guys, we'll do the 10 to 12 minutes. I think we're ready and we can get a positive and a concern from each of you. That'd be great. So it appears, I think we're going to start with Lynn. So Lynn, I will turn this over to you, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks everybody and welcome. The thoughts that come to mind, number one, are supply chain issues. I consult for pretty much all of the potting soil companies in the state, and all of them are having availability issues. It's curious because some of the companies can't get Canadian peat. Other companies can't get Florida peat. Still others can't get perlite or pine bark or, whatever from the nursery side of things. They're all having supply chain issues, which means that many of my nursery consulting clients have had to change their potting media just because they can't get what they normally use. That creates problems for them in terms of irrigation. If the physical structure of the soil is not, what they're accustomed to, they need to change their irrigation patterns, etc. On another front, fertilizer. I think probably all of you in the industry know that fertilizer in general has gone up 20 to 25%, and it's fixing to go up another 20% in January. Those are very significant cost increases for some of us. And, generally once those fertilizer prices go up, they don't go back down. So, that's been a big issue for everyone. Regarding supply chain, one of my nursery clients in Homestead has 4 golf carts. And the nursery owner said, I'm going to give you the only golf cart that works. And the reason we only have one golf cart that works is we can't get golf cart parts because of supply chain problems. A lot of nurseries can't get pots. It's just not normal times right now. I personally think a lot of the supply chain stuff is government mismanagement. Specifically in California, if your truck is older than 2010 or 2011, because of emission standards, they won't let you in the ports. You have to be union. They won't let the mom and pop owner operators, service those ports. And the people that unload the containers from the ships are union, and from what I understand, they don't work all that efficiently. All of this supply chain stuff could be fixed very quickly at the drop of a hat, in my opinion. It hasn't happened, and at least for now, I'm not optimistic that it's going to happen. Fuel prices, of course, affect everybody. I paid $4 a gallon this morning, where I used to pay, $1.70, and that creates the cost of everything going up. Back to the fertilizers for a second, a lot of fertilizer nitrogen products are made using natural gas, and the price of natural gas has gone up, in a crazy fashion. And so I think inflation, at least for now, is here to stay. I'm not an economist. I don't know what to do about it. But as far as, the way it affects our industry, many nurseries have had to increase the price of their plants based on the increased costs of potting media and fertilizers and pesticides, which are made from petroleum products and, everything else. So inflation is here. It's going to affect us. It should affect how we as an industry function. Again, these are not normal times. I think you need to stay nimble. You need to stay flexible. And again, once prices of certain things go up, they generally do not come down. So I think a lot of the issues that we're dealing with as an industry, and really all industries, I think a lot of those things are here to stay. It may open some doors with increased costs of fertilizers for more organic types of products. The problem with organics is, if you want to deal organically, that's great. I'm 100% with you. The problem with organics is that they compete with traditional synthetic fertilizers, and you can have your opinion about that, whatever that is. But my point is that organic fertilizers are generally low analysis products, and with fuel costs the way they are, hauling organic fertilizers, long distances, creates, additional problems. But whether you're in the landscape business, the tree business, the nursery business, whatever, the increased costs of fertilizers are here and they're not going away. And again, they're going to go up. My fertilizer vendor friends tell me another 20% in January after already going up 20 to 25%. So you're talking a 40 to 45% increase just between, say, this spring and a couple of months from now. So that's going to be, hard to detail and hard to work with. And I can also tell you that a lot of the fertilizer companies are also having supply chain issues. They can't get everything that they want. If you look at a bag of fertilizer, there's often, 6 or 8 or 10 ingredients in there. And if you can't get certain of the ingredients, you can't make the fertilizer, as it was specified originally. So they've got to make changes. I think the fertilizer blackouts are probably a good thing where they exist. Although I can tell you that I have seen phosphorus deficiency happen, in non-phosphate zones. The available phosphorus gets tied up and used up by the plants. And, eventually phosphate problems can happen. Maybe Mike can chime in on this, but it's my understanding that if you have a soil test that indicates that you need phosphorus, you can apply it, although not necessarily within, the blackout period. But, not putting out phosphorus or putting out hardly any, especially in very high pH soils, is problematic. I can tell you that generally, if you're dealing with a long-term maintained landscape or turf situation, you probably don't need any phosphorus because phosphorus accumulates and is fixed in field soil. Phosphorus is not fixed in container media. Phosphorus leaches from container media, but it does not leach from field soil. So my point in finishing and closing is that if you have, say, a lawn or a landscape that has been getting regular care, especially in terms of fertilization, you may well not need any phosphorus at all for an extended period. And that's all I have, gentlemen and ladies.
Lynn, I would like you to follow up on a conversation we had a number of years ago when you and I were working a case up in Central Florida. As we drove by a lot of palm nurseries, and at that time it was called TPPD, you had indicated that, hey, a lot of people that you dealt with professionally that had palm nurseries were changing. They were getting out of growing palms that disease was affecting. How have you found that over the past 2 years since you and I had that conversation?
Well, number one, I'm sure you know, Bill, they've changed Texas Phoenix palm decline. They've changed the name to lethal bronzing, and lethal bronzing is pretty well statewide. I predicted a few years ago that Phoenix sylvestris would not be in the nursery trade much longer. It's a lovely palm. It's a great palm. It's got a lot of attributes, but it's so terribly susceptible to lethal bronzing. Just to give you an example, God bless them, Sylvestris Tree Farms in Martin County is no more. They closed. If you're going to have sylvesters or any really Phoenix palm in your landscape, you really need to be doing the oxytetracycline injections. It's been of great concern to me that lethal bronzing also attacks our state tree, the sable palm. If you drive from South Florida, say, to Orlando or to Tampa, and you drive through the country on the turnpike or, 60 or wherever you're going, that, losing a lot of those native landscape palms is something that really concerns me. But most of my lethal bronzing experience, which is rather extensive, has to do with Phoenix sylvestris. It has been occasionally reported on Queens and Bismarckias and a few others, but it doesn't really seem to favor those particular palm species. I had the pleasure of working with Dr. Randy McCoy at the Florida Department of Agriculture in the 1970s. He's the one that figured out that lethal yellowing was spread by a leafhopper. And at the time, he was saying that spraying for the leafhoppers was not productive. I don't know that that's still the case. Some of my nursery and also landscape clients spray either 7 or Talstar or Orthene for leafhopper control. The leafhopper vectors generally live in the grass rather than up in the trees. So in some cases, keeping pesticide programs on the grass may be effective. But, you know, I absolutely recommend anybody dealing with Phoenix sylvestris should absolutely be injecting those trees. How many times per year depends on who you talk to. I know people who say twice is enough. I know others who prefer 3 times. And last time I talked to Dr. Brian Bader, who is the expert on the subject, he was still recommending 4. So, you know, the injections are not that expensive. And in relation to the value of a large state palm, I think it's cheap insurance. But if you don't inject your Phoenix sylvestris, in my opinion, you're going to lose them sooner rather than later.
Excellent. All right, thank you. Eric, I'm going to call on you for your time here. Give us some projections, please, from a planner perspective.
Hi, everyone. My name is Eric Power. I'm the Director of Planning and Development Services, City of Deerfield Beach. I'm a former LIAF State Secretary, and I had the unfortunate privilege of working directly with Bill for over 6 years. So I am going to share my screen if I can. I do have a very quick. You know, when Bill and I were talking about this issue, my thought was, you know, increased storms and tropical issues. When we have increased tropical storms, global warming, whatever you want to call it, you know, we, of course, we're decreasing urban forests, we're depleting the tree farm population, we increase demand, right, for that population. Citizens, of course, you know, we all hear it, you know, why do I have to replant that tree when I'm, you know, I just dealt with that issue. And then unfortunately, what's been going on lately is the state's just not helping us at all when it comes to making it harder to regulate tree removal. I actually do think about this issue quite often. I have 3 fears when it comes to storms. The first one, obviously, is that, you know, it's category 5 and it's burrowing down, you know, my backyard. But when it comes to actual work, I have 2 real fears, and that is the multi-event year. I'm just bringing back up to 2004. You know, just an example when we had actual 5 storms, you know, across the state of Florida. And then one of the more recent ones, Hurricane Irma, where the actual storm went straight up the state. That particular storm, most people don't realize it, but that storm actually impacted about 40 different counties in Florida. There's only 61, you know, counties in Florida. So that storm impacted, you know, more than 75% of the, you know, counties in Florida. And my real fear is that what if that storm went up the East Coast? That exact same storm that would have started from Miami-Dade through Broward, through Palm Beach, up through, you know, Daytona and into Jacksonville, essentially impacting what is the vast majority of Floridians. You know, about 21 million people live in Florida. We, you know, consistently grow. And in 2004, when, you know, the 5 storms, there was about 17 million people living in Florida. 2030 projections is 26 million people. So we're just, you know, the state is growing. It won't stop growing. And, you know, that's just the reality. But if we get an event that would be like this, where it does impact essentially the most urban dense core of Florida, how does that impact our ability to recover the urban forest? And if you think about it, you know, Irma only really impacted a couple places where it was some serious damage. A tropical event that maybe does 10% damage to each municipality as it goes up the state in this example, that may not be a big deal per city or per municipality, but think about adding all of that up together. That's thousands and thousands of trees that were lost in this potential example that need to be replaced. So if it's a major event, obviously it's so much worse, but even just thinking about a tropical storm that did this exact same path, you know, just the amount of damage that would occur because it's compacted with all those municipalities, that's my real concern and what we'll be seeing. Some of the things I think we can do to fix this, I know Dr. Klein spoke a lot about this morning, so I'm not going to spend too much time on it, but one of my big ones is we do need to protect agricultural zoning districts. That's probably the most important thing for the green industry to be doing. Agricultural zoning districts are under attack from development. If you live in South Florida, live anywhere in the state, you've seen it. You know that this place used to be a farm and now it's 300 houses that look exactly the same. That's the attack that is going on with agricultural zoning districts. And if we don't have nurseries and tree farms, we don't have the ability to replenish. That's an important aspect that I know as a local landscape inspector, maybe it's not something you think about, but that is one of our larger issues. Maybe these are some other examples, of course, allowing for replacements, maybe to be at low below code, increase the amount of native landscape that might survive better in the native environment, allow plant fruit to be clustered. Dr. Klein spoke about this. I think we're all familiar with this, but if you're going to have potential for an area of development, maybe you put 3, 4, 5 trees together instead of spacing those trees out every 25 feet. Those trees have an opportunity to survive. You might create some habitat, some things like that. So it's an option that maybe isn't in your code right now that you should be thinking about. And the other one really is eliminating the requirement for any shade tree, for any type of tree to be planted in an area of less than 5 feet or 25 square feet. I think we have to accept the fact, and we know this over time, that a live oak is not going to survive in a 5-foot swale. And what can we do to stop doing that or stop making that a requirement? Some other things we can do. So this week, if no one knows, third week of every November is National Geography Awareness Week, and tomorrow is International GIS Day. If you are not using GIS in your job right now, you should be. GIS is your friend, and it helps you prove exactly what you're trying to do, which is defend that urban forest. So if you have a GIS department in your city, reach out to them, talk to them, see what they can do to help you. So knowing that urban forest percentage, documenting that canopy, those are things that you could do through GIS. And if you know what your urban forest percentage is, and then you see a storm, and then you can go back and see it again, you could document it over time. These things really can help you in your arguments. I hear this a lot. People don't know this, but you can actually get reimbursement from FEMA for landscape that was damaged in a storm. You're clawing back money from FEMA during an event is the kind of thing that your director, your city manager, your commission, those are the things that will make their ears perk up. If you can tell them that by spending some money on this or doing something on this, that I can actually have the opportunity to get money back from FEMA if an event actually occurs. Grants, obviously, grants are really important. We see grants all the time looking for ways to install additional landscaping. Budgeting for annual inventory. And what I mean by that is documenting what you have out there. So if you can document the amount of trees that you have out there in your parks, in your swales, in your right of way, and if you can get out there and document those numbers, again, you're giving yourself those, that data, that information. And then green infrastructure. So if you know me, the green infrastructure is very important to me. And I spend a lot of time dealing with green infrastructure and how we can incorporate this into our environment. And I think if you really want to rethink what we can do with landscaping, let's rethink green infrastructure. First of all, green infrastructure is going to help with drainage. What's the number one thing that's going to happen in a storm? Flooding. So these are things to think about. If you talk about what we could do in a swale environment, maybe we don't need a palm tree cluster every 25 feet or our silver buttonwood every 25 feet. Maybe we could do something else that could beautify the area and help with drainage. So these are just some small examples of what green infrastructure can look like in ways that maybe your city's not thinking about it. If you notice, none of these have St. Augustine sod. I'm sure everyone knows, but St. Augustine is not a very good drain grass, doesn't drain very well. And so you think about these different types of environments. Nothing drives me crazier than seeing a swale filled with St. Augustine because it doesn't drain. We all know that. And that's it. So that's my big issues.
Eric, some excellent points. Appreciate it. And, as a lot of things, our hope lies with people like you that are in the planning portion. The landscape inspectors in general, and specifically the installers and all, we are kind of reactive. We're going out and looking after it's already been approved and it's in the ground, and that's all we kind of get to look at is, does it meet the plan? So a lot of the hopes lie with the codes and the planners in directing us into these changes that are improvements. So we look forward to you all and to your group kind of leading us down that primrose path, I hope. So thank you, Eric. I am going to, Michael, if you will unmute, I'll turn the floor over to you.
Thank you, William. Can you hear me?
Yes, absolutely.
Great. So I made a list here, and I concur with pretty much everything that's been said already. I want to make some additional comments, though, and sort of build upon the comments that were made regarding sustainability. Times are a-changing, and whether we like it or not, we are going to have to adapt if we're going to survive. And I want to speak to, first of all, to climate change. I think one of the problems, I'm president of my HOA in Weston, and those of you that have been out there, we've done some LIAF programs over the years, know we put a lot of emphasis on structural pruning, and that has paid big dividends in terms of our resilience against tropical storms, and more recently Hurricane Irma, where we saw our losses of our street trees go from 38% in Hurricane Wilma down to 2% in Hurricane Irma. I think largely because we began to put into practice for now 10 to 12 years, I guess we've been doing structural pruning. It does make a difference. It's one of the adaptations that you can make to prepare for more intense storms, more frequent storms, and contributing to that sustainability. I think the other thing is on private lots, we need to change the perception of homeowners, from why do I have to put up with this tree, or why do you make it so hard for me to get rid of it, and why do I have to plant another one? They're not really looking beyond the fact that, the city requires these trees. They really need to take ownership of their role in being a good steward of the planet and doing their little bit in their little corner of the world to mitigate, for climate change. Excuse me. Requiring people to put big trees in small spaces is not a sustainable approach. We need more people to plant trees in sites that are going to be, where they're going to thrive and be a part of the landscape for the long haul. Case in point, our Vita put a live oak in front of everybody's house in my community of 569 homes. And we have presided over the removal of the majority of those. Now that we're 30 years old, most of them are gone. And as sad as that is, had they put in appropriate species, 3 and 4 feet from a driveway, for example, instead of live oaks and mahoganies, we would still have more canopy. So, that needs to also be translated to the nursery. The production needs to be producing, stoppers are wonderful, small trees. And we can have them in the landscape in tight spaces for many years to come, but there are not a lot of available, in terms of nice standard type, trees. I've created a little handout that kind of makes a suggestion of 10 well-adapted species for small South Florida spaces. And I share that with my management company. I'll share that with anybody who wants it. Half of them are native, some of them are not, but they are all, I think, more reasonable choices for residents that just plain don't have the space but do need to mitigate. Also, I think as we look at our codes again, yes, planting in clusters, larger islands, maybe fewer islands, but larger ones makes a lot of sense. We need to think about salt tolerance. Many areas in some of our communities now experience periodic inundation and salt water because of the king tides. I was speaking with a representative on a sustainability committee from one of our beach cities along the coast, who said they're talking about mangroves, if you will, if you can imagine having residents plant mangroves on their property. So periodic inundation, species that will tolerate some exposure to salt. Also with regard to climate change, how do we retool our industry to reduce our carbon footprint? The green industry has a huge carbon footprint. You think of, many of these companies are covering 3 or more counties on a daily basis. They're sending out armies of crews to do the pruning and the installation and the fertilization and the mowing, and all of that equipment, including the transportation to and from, emits carbon dioxide. So we need to be coming up with a plan to reduce the carbon footprint of our industry by adapting to new types of technologies. Also, I'm concerned about heat exposure to our workers. That's an increasing, if you look at the data, the number of days, where high temperatures are experienced by our workers in this industry across the country, it has significantly increased. So those are kind of all regarding the climate change thing, which is here to stay. I recently heard, I think it was in the last couple of days, I listen to National Public Radio a lot, and they had a guy on who was speaking about projections for the future. And, even if we stopped emitting carbon dioxide today, global warming, climate change would continue for many decades, actually. I guess they use the analogy of it's a bit like a bathtub, every time we get into our cars and we go somewhere, we're adding to the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. Of course, some of that is absorbed by the oceans. Some of it is absorbed by a lot of it by trees and landscaping, which is another reason we need to be promoting it. But still the CO2 levels in the atmosphere continue to go up. I think we had last year was a record year despite the pandemic. I heard it was a record year for carbon emissions. So, we just had the Glasgow summit, and hopefully some commitments were made that people will take seriously and honor. But, we need to be able to adapt. I want to speak to just a few other things too. With regard to local rule, of course, that's been under attack by the state in terms of some of our tree codes and some of our other local rule. One thing they've curiously not gone after is the blackout periods. And we continue to see more and more communities and counties adding restrictions on when you can apply fertilizer. And we do believe here at UF-IFAS that people can fertilize landscapes and palm trees appropriately, even despite the blackout periods, by fertilizing 3 times a year with a fairly good shot of fertilizer in May prior to the rainy season, again in October, the end of October, early November, and probably another midwinter application. Dr. Brochat, who's now retired, actually has a paper on it, a recommendation sheet, which we have on our EDIS website. But UF-IFAS has put out a very nice phone app that you can download for free, and it will tell you where the blackout periods exist. Currently in Broward County, there are 2, the city of Fort Lauderdale and more recently the city of Hallandale have blackout periods for fertilizer application. And so this fertilizer app that you can download and put on your phone is really, or play on your computer, it's really pretty cool. It can tell you, where you are and whether there's a blackout period and what the specifics of it are. So there's, I guess, one other thing is enforcement. In Broward County, we have the tree trimmer licensing ordinance, and we really do need the cities to help partner with the enforcement of that. There have been some threats to that as well through state preemption. Remains to be seen, how long we will have our tree trimmer licensing ordinance. That's been somewhat debated. I'm not really sure where that's at this moment. I've been told that we will continue on with the classes until further notice, so basically no change, but there has been a law that was passed in Tallahassee that could certainly impact that. And to that end, there are still a lot of lawn services out there trimming trees, and these folks, most of them are not doing it properly. And so, we need to bring them into the classes as much as we can. We need to educate the residents that they need to hire a licensed tree services. So we need to work on that. And I guess the last big thing was attracting youth to our industry. We're all getting older, at least those of us that have been around a while, and we're going to have a vacuum here unless we fill it with qualified, well-trained, motivated young people. And I think that's a real challenge to mentor folks, kids, high school kids, college kids, that there is a future for them in this field. And, to that end, how do we encourage them to join LIAF and other organizations, maybe offer scholarships for attendance at free seminars? How do we promote our industry so that we do have people that will replace us and continue to carry the torch? So anyway, those are some of my thoughts. I don't want to take any more time. I'm going to turn it back to William at this point, but we've had a lot of, I think, good ideas come up in this segment, and I really appreciate the opportunity to participate.
Thank you, Michael. Again, good ideas. And, you, just like Eric, has a unique spot by which he can influence the direction of the green industry. You do too. You are the county go-to for the green industry, and have done a super job, hence why all of LIF, but through the Dade chapter, awarded you the Root Award this year. But your teaching and your interest in this goes well beyond that, and it goes into the future. We really need county guidance, county leadership, and you to get it pointed in the right direction. So just like Eric, through the planning end, can look to the future, we hope that the county can look to the future as well. I'm going to bring on Dr. McMillan. Before I do it, and Mike, this hopefully will interest you, I will tell you all that yesterday the city of Sunrise had a special magistrate hearing, and one of the issues that came up at the special magistrate was for a residential multi, that some trees were removed by the swimming pool, and they were using 163045, the state statute, to say we removed them, and that that you can't require us to get a permit, et cetera, et cetera. The city asked for the magistrate to give us direction on that, and the magistrate, who may be a magistrate for a lot of your all cities because he works a lot of them, found in favor of the city and said that area is not covered under 163045. So a glimmer of hope. I mean, that is really a start, but we got to start somewhere. So I wanted to pass that along and let you know there's some hope out there. So lastly, Dr. McMillan, I thank you for being able to jump in here. Please, let's see, you should be on and you've got control. So bring us in for a landing here. You've got 11 minutes, ma'am.
Can you hear me okay, William?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. So I'm going to see if I can share my screen real quick. Chair, panelists, and it won't let me share, but that's okay. So thank you very much, William, for the invite to speak to you all today. I'm going to bring up something that Dr. Bader, who is working on the lethal bronzing disease that Lynn and Eric had mentioned. He and Dr. Brom Dillon, who is working on, he's our pollen pathologist here at UF. So they're working on Ganoderma and lethal bronzing. And I am focused specifically on the palm fertilizer, soils, and water issues. So we are hosting a palm short course, and we just held one a few weeks ago. It did reach max capacity, but we are going to host it throughout the state of Florida. Dr. Orfanides is also on that panel as well. Dr. Kim Moore will be speaking about soil fertility and fertilization of palms. And I will be talking about the up and coming future research for palms here and associated with UF and IFAS. So our next talk will be in Apopka And then we plan on having another one in Jacksonville. And of course, we will be posting these dates on Eventbrite, and we will also be posting them on the University of Florida, Fort Lauderdale Research and Education Center website, so that you can all see when those will be held and attend. The other thing I just wanted to bring up real quick, and if you have any questions, you can always email me regarding those short courses. A lot of CEUs are given, which we greatly appreciate. So the other thing that I wanted to mention was my phone has been inundated, my email has been inundated with the CNN article about Florida is ditching palm trees to fight the climate crisis. Right now, part of my appointment is working on the benefits that palms bring to the community. So yes, we know about it. We're working on it. I always make the statement that whoever gets off a plane in Fort Lauderdale or Miami is coming to see the palm trees. I don't think they're coming to see the live oaks, but I could be wrong. So anyway, the other thing we are working on, which kind of rounds up everything that Lynn and I think Eric were mentioning, was fertilizer. We know there are fertilizer shortages. We have Tim Broshot's recommendations of 8-2-12, that won't change, but we are working on injecting fertilizers around palm trees, that particularly palms that are near waterways, because we don't want to be fertilizing near any waterways, and also palms that have a very small space to throw fertilizer down. So injecting fertilizer is something that we will be working on in the next year. And of course, rounding it up and finishing up, we are working on substrate issues. So we know there is a dearth of peat out there, and the peat that I know I've been receiving isn't great quality. So we are looking at core, compost, and other alternative substrates that might be able to supplement some of the peat, the peat mix that we're all using right now here at the Research Center and throughout the state of Florida. So again, if you have any questions on the palm short course, I'd be happy to answer them. Just feel free to email me, or anything else in relation to palms and fertilizer, something along palms and any kind of palm diseases, that would be Dr. Dillon. And then of course the LBD disease, that is Dr. Bader. We are all here and happy to answer any questions you guys may have. So I think I wrapped that up for you, William. Any questions on that one?
Mike, again, thank you. Appreciate it. And we did get very good feedback on the Palm School. We're super excited that it is back with us, because there is a tremendous amount of information specific to palms, and it's wonderful to have two experts again dealing with palms as a unique item and educating our green industry. So we're glad that school is back up and running. I'm glad to hear it's being well attended.
Thanks, William.
We've got a couple questions in, and Mike, I think the first one's for you. Can you provide more information on the UF application and the handout of the 10 small species?
Yeah. So if you just Google Florida Friendly Landscaping web apps on your phone, it'll come up. There's an FFL plant guide, and then there's a Florida fertilizer ordinance. There's one on Florida toxic plants, one on Florida butterfly gardens. So it's one of those four. Just Google Florida Friendly Landscaping web apps on the fertilizer program, fertilizer blackouts. The other question with regard to the 10 recommended, this is my list. I've got little pictures and little descriptions. It's based upon, mostly my 22 years of anecdotal experience here in South Florida, working for the town of Davie as an urban forester and presiding over oodles of tree relocation, tree replacement, removal type permits, as well as, my own experiences just through extension. These are 10 trees that I think, for the most part, don't get super big, can survive and thrive in smaller plantable areas, like so many of our residential properties. That's all they've got. So I would just say, send me an email and I'll forward it to you. It's about the best thing I can do at this point. I could also print some copies and bring them tomorrow when we have our structural pruning session out at the park there, at the Flamingo Park. So I'll bring some hard copies there as well.
Thank you, Michael. Lynn, we've got a question that was actually one I'd asked you they'd like some follow-up on. Would you be comfortable, or would you suggest, or do you think people should not then be planting palms that are subject to lethal bronzing? Would you say, hey, don't do it, or be careful? What's your recommendation?
Speaking specifically of Phoenix sylvestris,
Yes?
if you want that palm, you better be on an injection program. Otherwise, I think that palm is not going to be in the trade much longer. While I have the floor, Bill, books on climate change, because I'm a nerd, by far the best book on climate change is Unsettled by Stephen Koonin, Koonin. There's a lot of misinformation out there about climate change. Dr. Koonin was #2 in science under the Obama administration, so he's not a Trumpster. #2, he is was a professor of theoretical physics at Caltech. So he is a real life Sheldon Cooper. And Unsettled by Stephen Koonin, if you really read. I would not have a Phoenix sylvestris in my yard, Bill, to answer your question.
Thank you, Lynn. And that's interesting. Lynn, just a quick follow-up. After that, I mean, should we watch as other palms line up and become susceptible, or you think as we work certain palms out, then the lethal bronzing will take its place and not impact the rest of the commonly used palms in the landscape, like a sable?
It's still got a very limited host range. And if you talk to Erica, the technician, or Dr. Bader, you see a number of species listed that are allegedly acceptable, but I believe my information is still current. It's been found on a queen palm once, a grand total of 1 time. So it's still got a very limited host range. Whether the lethal bronzing phytoplasma can have variants like COVID and expand its host range, I don't know the answer to that. But the host range is still rather limited. I'm not real afraid of it getting out and about into a bunch of other species. To use an example, the Fusarium wilt that only attacks Queens and Washingtonia, the Palmarum variety, it hasn't expanded its host range to my knowledge. Maybe I'm dealing with old information. I'll be interested to talk to Dr. McMillan about that at some point. But you know, there's still a lot of good palms out there, and I agree with Dr. McMillan that people get off planes in South Florida largely to see palm trees when they visit. Palm trees and relatives.
Too true, too true. Well, panel, I thank each and every one of you. I look at the clock, it's 11:59, so we are right on time. Thank you for filling in. Thank you for your knowledge, and thank you very much for your support of the green industry in the past. And as I've said numerous times, you know, help bring us to the future. So, excuse me, that will end the educational portion of this half of the seminar. For all the participants, and thank you all for being here, there's a couple requests we have. One, as we are now at the CEU portion, as I said earlier, what we are going to need is an email sent to LIAF. You can Google LIAF, and I've said look past Long Island Alzheimer's Federation, you will find us, or landscapeinspectors.org. Send us an email stating what CEUs you are looking for, and then we will send you a certificate accordingly with those CEUs. Now, we've got a couple interesting things, and to not make Richard's life too much more difficult, if you are in a group of people that 4 or 5 people have registered and you're sitting around a conference table in a municipality or a place of business, whatever it happens to be, we won't show more than just one computer signed on. So if there were multiple people there, please identify that these people were signed on under what name so that we can give proper credit to those people. Likewise, we've got a couple people that have signed on via their phone, which is fine. But if that's not the number or the email that we sent that original unique link to, that's not going to show who you are. So send in, maybe tell us where you were, if you did anything unique or different. And down the road, if you don't see these emails, if you don't see these CEUs credited to the account, reach out to us. Please don't wait for recertification time, because Terrell and and Richard and Diana and all get really frazzled when we get hit with too many. All right. And that is really it for today. Don't forget tomorrow is phase 2. This will be live and in person. And we are really excited. As good as all you speakers have been today, it's going to be great to see the people out there tomorrow that we've gone a year or two without seeing. So I appreciate you all embellishing this style, the half day. I think it's working out very well. Tomorrow will be very good. Great bunch of presenters tomorrow in the field. We look forward to it. And that is about it. If there are questions, email us. Don't forget, we're also coming down to an end of another year. So dues will be due. Richard has a spot on the webpage if you want to pay your dues. That is it. I see 12:01. Thank you very much for attending. All have a great day.